Morning, everyone. We're going to call ourselves into, I guess, it's adjournment comes to mind.
Order.
Order, that's what we're not ready to adjourn. But good morning. This is our Virginia Council on Environmental Justice meeting. I'm Faith Harris, co-chair, and I welcome the people in the room and acknowledge their presence, as well as those who are on by phone and who are in somehow digitally linked to our room. We've been asked to acknowledge the people who are suffering from illness today, many from the new outbreak of the Delta variant of COVID. So we are, of course, our hearts and our thoughts and our prayers and our hopes are with them, that they might heal fully, and that we might, as a country and as a state, get this under control. So we just want to welcome everyone, and I'm going to turn it over and ask Janet Phoenix to also bring welcome.
Welcome, everyone. I'm Janet Phoenix, one of the co-chairs of the Advisory Council. We also want to acknowledge those who are experiencing natural disasters like the wildfires that are going on in many parts of our country. And very happy to be here. Soon we'll do introductions of everyone in the room and those who are virtually here as well.
So we can start at the left side at the end, if you would introduce yourselves, and then just pass it along, and then we'll go to the virtual.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here. We appreciate this opportunity. My name is John Bagala. I'm the Assistant Secretary in Commerce and Trade, one of Miriam Crad's colleagues, and I work under Secretary Ball.
And I'm Brian Ball. I'm the Governor's Secretary of Commerce and Trade, and thank you for letting us be with you today to talk about environmental justice. Thank you.
Morning, folks. Mike Ellerbrock from Virginia Tech.
Good morning. Katie McCormick from the Pamunkey Tribe.
Aliyah Farouk, Virginia Interfaith Power and Light Vice Chair.
Kendall Crawford, Co-Director of Virginia Interfaith Power and Light.
So we invite those on who are joining us either by phone or by video to now introduce yourselves, please.
Good morning. I'm Stephen Morey, President of the Virginia Economic Development Partnership, or VDP. Good to be with you all this morning.
Good morning, Harrison Wallace out of Richmond, Virginia, for the Climate and Clean Energy Equity Fund.
Good morning, Lisa Johnson, Pastor Tabernacle Baptist Church and Social Justice Commissioner for the Eastern Shore, Virginia and Maryland Baptist Association. I'm located on Virginia's Eastern Shore.
Hi, everyone. My name is Karen Campbell. I'm in Northern Virginia, Fairfax County, and I'm the ECJ chair for the Virginia State Conference and ACC.
Andres, you were muted. Please try again. Andres, you're still muted.
How about now? Good morning, everyone. Andres Alvarez. I'm several of the council as a private citizen, but I am the Deputy State Coordinator for Mission Support at the Virginia Department of Emergency Management. Thank you.
Lauren Whitcott, Tasha Devon, Southwest Virginia, President of Southern Appalachian Mountain Stewards.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to join you this morning. From Norfolk, Virginia, this is Phil Hernandez with the Commonwealth Institute for Fiscal Analysis.
Good morning. This is Otis Jones, Vice Chair of the Chesapeake Bay Foundation. Good morning.
Good morning, Teresa Burris, Radford University.
Just gonna pull it up.
Do we have others? Have others?
Yeah. Sorry, folks, we're just trying to get everything coordinated with the new hybrid format. So for those of you who are joining us virtually, the only way we can see you is either if we pull it up on our computer or if we turn our backs to the folks who are in the room. So we're working that out. Please bear with us. And I think what that means is you have to be aggressive if you want to say something, because we may not notice the folks who are virtual that you've raised your hand. I just wanted to take a minute to walk through the agenda. Is that okay, Faith?
Ask for someone in the room to take notes.
Pardon?
Someone to take notes.
Can't hear you.
I was going to say, can we ask for a volunteer to take notes?
It's still muffled. I'm sorry.
Are we asking for someone to take notes in our?
Yes, that's a good idea. So I don't know if we discussed it at the last meeting, but we were hoping that perhaps one of the council members would volunteer to just take some informal notes. And that way, if there are key points that we want to follow up on before the full minutes are available, we'd have a record. Can we get a volunteer?
I'm willing to do it. I do not have a computer with me today, which maybe makes it a little more difficult, but I'll take some handwritten notes. That's fine.
Are you speaking, Catherine? What? It's hard to tell who's talking.
Yeah, it's like an echo.
Yeah. You speaking?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Katie McCormick speaking here. I will take some notes. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Right. So we have a pretty full agenda today. I just wanted to briefly give an overview of the items. We're going to have a presentation from Secretary Ball and a couple of others from the administration as well. Then shortly after that, we'd like to have a discussion of the leadership of the committees. I think everyone has received the draft committee document that lays out our latest iteration of the committees and also the topics that each committee will be focusing on. And I know that some folks have already volunteered to lead. And I'm going to ask those folks to please re-enter that information into the chat because I don't have access to the emails. And then we're going to have a presentation of the mapping tool. Faith, could you describe that? Because I actually don't have a lot of information about it, but I think you have more.
I have a little more because I missed the presentation when it was when the EJ Collaborative gave it. But from what I have heard, that it's a mapping of the regions and areas in the state that one can designate as environmental justice regions or regions where there's overburden or where there is either historic redlining, and all of those kinds of factors went into it. And I'm really excited to hear from it. I think Kendall may have, were you on that call? So I think it's going to be kind of new to all of us.
Okay. And I just received the slides of the presentation about 15 minutes ago. I'm going to try to send those out to everyone so that you'll have them and perhaps could review them before the presentation. Then we're going to take a lunch break. Public comment is scheduled for 1 p.m. And public comment will kind of include questions from council members, some discussion of those who are giving public comments. So we're going to take a slightly different approach to public comment today. That process should take about 90 minutes. And then we'll have a presentation from Carrie Hearn and Michael Skiffington from the Department of Energy, And the focus of that will be electrification. Our last item on the agenda is a discussion of the Southwest visit, which may occur a little bit earlier, depending on how much time we spend with the 2:30 presentation. So that's a plan for the day. All right, so let's please welcome our guests. Secretary Ball.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Phoenix, and thank you, Dr. Harrison. Thanks for all of you who are here, either personally or remotely. I really don't have what I would call a presentation, no slides. I'd like to sort of maybe make some general comments and perhaps start a conversation on environmental justice. And Stephen Murray, who's with us remotely, is with the Virginia Economic Development Partnership that falls within commerce and trade. And just to sort of give you a really broad brush of what commerce and trade does, we touch a lot of things that are related to economic development, but we don't solely do economic development. So, for example, we Department of Housing and Community Development and Virginia Housing fall within our space, and so we're very focused on affordable housing. We're very focused on permanent supportive housing for those who are in need. We've been dealing with eviction funding for evictions and things of that nature through this pandemic. We deal with broadband. We've been champions for getting broadband expanded because we recognize the need more than ever as a result of this pandemic, although I will say our governor recognized the importance of pandemic from the very first day he took the job, which is a fun one in a lot of respects, although their industry has been devastated by the pandemic. We deal with energy and something that's been very important to us. So we touch a lot of things, and I'd say that's not an exclusive list, but for today's purposes, we wanted to talk to you a little bit about economic development. And it is certainly our hope and belief that Virginia should be a leader in environmental justice. When I say that, we think we should be a leader, and we think we can do that while still providing economic opportunities to Virginians, particularly Virginians in communities of color. And I say we can do this, and I say we should do it, and I say we should do it because of our history. Our history is not good at best, and in many jurisdictions around the state, we find there's been concentrations of industrial development in communities of color because it's been easy and convenient to do that in the past. And the voices of folks in those communities have not always been heard. So we get that, as well as we're able to get it having really started looking at this issue in the last year. The elephant in the room, frankly, for us has been the bills that were introduced during the last session, and those were well-intentioned bills. And I don't know how familiar you all are with those bills. I tend to read them when they come in, and my memory doesn't hold all the details. But I can tell you at the time we looked at them as crafted, they would have made the state pretty uncompetitive in what's called the very competitive world of business attraction. And so I wanted to give you sort of a fact example of kind of the business we're in. We may be dealing, we call it foreign direct investment, and we're trying to bring businesses into Virginia that will create new jobs, capital investment that will create tax revenues to fund the very things that you all want to do, that every facet of government wants to do. So for us, getting a company in here that makes things, or if you're in Northern Virginia, maybe has intellectual property assets, those are the kind of things that we want to bring in, because then they make things and they export them to other states and other countries. So if you took an example of an Italian company or a German company, or it could be a company from Mexico, or it could even be a company from New York City that's just tired of being in New York City because of the cost of living and the pandemic. They typically may go out and say, we want to move, or a European company or an Asian company could say, we want a location. We want a location in the United States. It's a great market. Maybe they say they want to be in the mid-Atlantic. And I could brag to you for hours about the assets we have here as far as our workforce, our educational systems, our highways, our port, our trains, and all that. That's kind of the business we're in. What they would typically do, and remember, you may be dealing with people that don't speak English terribly well if they're foreign companies. They'll engage a site consultant. And those site consultants could be anywhere in the country. There's probably several hundred of them. And Stephen will chime in, and he's very interactive with them and his people on a regular basis. And they will sit down with the site consultant and the company will tell the site consultant, here's what we're interested in doing. Here's where we're interested in being and kind of what we're looking for. And then the site consultants, and perhaps working with the EDP, will start engaging with economic development folks at the local government level. And so essentially those companies, and in Southside Virginia, for example, did the mic just go off? Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. In Southside Virginia, which has been historically our manufacturing corridor, let's just call it a manufacturing company. Let's just maybe leave Northern Virginia out of this conversation for the moment, or Southwest Virginia, or it could be Petersburg, or it could be the city of Portsmouth. There's a lot of port-related infrastructure, ship repair, those sorts of things. But anyway, that company has their site consultant, and they start looking at sites. And of course, the local governments, that their economic development folks and their leadership is, yeah, we want to create more jobs in our communities and capital investment, because they get tax revenues just like the state does when they're successful. So they may say, yeah, we've got the perfect site for you. Proximity to the rail, proximity to the port, proximity to interstate. We got utilities. We got the zoning. It's all ready to go. The property has been properly zoned, so we're all ready to go. And let's say that site consultant finds 3 other states that have similar sites, and they're all pitching. They could be pitching the Savannah port or the port of Charleston. I don't think North Carolina's got a very good port, but they'll claim that they do. And North Carolina's the one that keeps me awake at night, frankly, when we're competing for business. So there'll be 2 or 3 other states, and everybody says they're all ready to go. So, but if we had a structure in place that said, but wait, you've got to check one more time with the neighbors around the property to make sure they really want this on the very back end of a process that can take months, sometimes years, and with substantial expenditures of money along the way. If you on the back end have to go back to the communities and say, well, do you really want this project? I can tell you that, and that the company would actually have to perform the work. And remember, you might have companies that don't, most of them aren't familiar with Virginia. They're relying on what we tell them or the local governments tell them. So what will happen there is they're going to say, no, we're not willing to take that risk. So we'll just go to one of the other states. And is the site consultant community is fairly close knit, and they would come to an understanding that this is a tough place to do business. And so we would probably fall into the unenviable ranks of some states that really do struggle to get economic development, and we don't really want that to happen. So the question then becomes, how do we address the compelling needs for environmental justice and the need to be able to continue to do economic development? And I wish I could tell you we have a silver bullet here that'll solve all problems, but we don't. What I can tell you is we need to address these issues much earlier in the process than what we were talking about last session. And we all need to start talking about it, because lots of questions will come up, and I'll touch just briefly on those. But and local governments need to be very, very involved in this process early on, and there needs to be some assurance that those local governments have engaged meaningfully with the communities that would be in proximity to these projects. And so you're going to get into sort of how do we relook or re-examine how we do zoning so that when we do have, so that when a property is put up for rezoning, there is meaningful engagement in communities. And it takes a lot of hard work to do that on the front end, and you're never going to find consensus. I can find neighbors in any project situation, whether it be a community of color or not, that some will be fine with it, some will be indifferent, some will not like it whatsoever. One thing I do take some heart from as I look at the demographic in the South and the leadership in local government is you can see I'm an old guy. It's much more diverse than it used to be. When I was coming along and when I started work professionally back in the 70s, and I think I take hope out of that, because I think if people of color particularly have representation, then it's much easier to bring those communities into these conversations. So I think just for some of the questions that would need to be asked in all this, it's what are the EJ goals? What are they at the state level? What are they for each locality? Because each locality pretty much has to make these decisions with their communities. How do you measure progress? How do you measure whether you've been successful? Are there areas that you want to designate as off limits? When I started this job, I did a statewide tour to get to know the state a lot better, and I lived here my whole life basically, and I learned an awful lot from it, and I'm still learning. And I remember one county we went to, and I don't know if they had communities of color in that county, but it's a very rural county called Rappahannock County, and they said, we think everything you're doing is great. We just don't want any of it here. I mean, their local community had made a decision that, and whoever lived there just decided they were going to forego the opportunities for local employment and that sort of thing. And so I don't think we've ever been back there since. And so it's kind of implicit in that is the question of how much economic opportunity do you want to sacrifice or compromise. And then the other thing is what question that I ask is what should be the role of the state. And I think there are some localities that are pretty good about engaging with their communities, and frankly I think there's some localities that have not been good at all. And so do we want to have DEQ or some other agency of government involved with looking at how localities are doing their business, maybe credentialing them to see whether they are meaningfully engaging with the communities as they go through zoning processes and things like that. I don't have answers to these questions, but these are questions that I think need to be part of your all's discussion and our discussion, and hopefully our continuing discussion. So, Stephen, did you want to make would it be okay if Mr. Murray made some comments? That's kind of what I wanted to lay out just to set the table for this, ma'am.
Thank you, Secretary Ball, and great to be with all of you this morning.
Stephen, if we can hear you better if you're off mute.
Oh, I am off mute. You can't hear me?
What he's saying is very eloquent, but
let's see.
We have.
Stephen, I can hear you.
Yeah?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now, Secretary?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. Okay. Great to be with all of you this morning. Most importantly, wanted to reinforce our support at VDP for Secretary Ball's opening statement, and that is that we share his aspiration for Virginia to become a national leader on matters of environmental justice, and we would love to partner with you all to work on getting there. The big question in my mind is just how best, to achieve that. It may help to understand that from our perspective, from a VDP perspective, we only want to bring the types of projects to a community that align with the kind of development that community would welcome, right? So and really most of the companies that we work with, which admittedly is a fraction of all the companies that are out there, feel the same way. So the question from our perspective is how can we more effectively determine the types of development that a community would welcome as early as possible in the process, right? Because if we know that there's a certain type of project or a certain class of projects, let's say, that a community would not welcome, we're simply not going to bring, those projects to that area. I know there's a presentation, there's reference to a presentation coming up on mapping technologies. We think that is one promising opportunity where potentially an approach could be developed that we could embrace, where there'd be some kind of exercise to basically identify sensitive areas that certain types of projects simply should not be brought to. And that's something we would certainly honor. Really appreciate the opportunity to engage with all of you today, and just wanted to share my personal commitment to this topic and to working with whoever would like to collaborate and talk with us in between meetings and future meetings to help work toward an approach that would really position Virginia as a national leader on environmental justice, and at the same time help enable us to continue to bring good jobs to those environmental justice communities that need more good employment opportunities as well. So again, really appreciate the opportunity to be with you, and just want to commit my partnership to this effort and working closely with Secretary Ball. Thank you. And we would welcome, I think I'd speak for both of us, we'd welcome any, not just questions, but if there's anything that we can do to assist with this process, or homework that we can take away to be helpful, we'd be delighted to do that.
Yeah, so I'll turn it over to our chairs and members if they have any questions at this time or any comments.
This is Mike Ellerbrock. Secretary Ball, you have hit the nail on the head in a lot of ways. I think you've also been quite diplomatic in your comments. If I can read between the lines, you seem really frustrated, correct me if I'm wrong, that some communities shoot themselves in the foot by not wanting certain types of industries. And that's a very real thing. If they're brought into the process at the very end, that's a train wreck waiting to happen, as you articulate very well. Your comment about local communities, maybe some of them don't, local government doesn't communicate well with their own citizens, so that a lot of time doesn't get wasted. This council was intimately involved in the Atlantic Coast Pipeline situation with the compressor station in Union Hill. That community, it was absolutely clear to us that quality of life was more important to them than jobs, which is a difficult trade-off. Your question, I took it as a question, what guides this council? One of the principles that guides this council is subsidiarity, social ethic, that the people who have to live with the consequences of a decision should get to make that decision. Yet at the same time, you seem frustrated that some communities kind of missed the boat on industrial recruitment. Go ahead.
May I respond, man?
Yeah, you mentioned some bills that really got under your skin. What were those bills proposing?
They were proposing on the back end processes that the companies would have to undertake after they had been essentially sold on a locality, by a locality on a project location in that locality. And as Stephen said, particularly at the state level, we are not about to get in the business of telling a community where something has to go. I mean, these decisions should be made at the community level. But once we know a community's made a decision that would embrace economic development or certain aspects of economic development, then we want to add that, those locations into our roster of possibilities. But if a community says no, or they get a specific no, we're okay with X, but we're not okay with Y, we need to know about that. Where I get what would be debilitating for us is if all of this happens at the back end and you're putting the burden on the company from Italy, for example, they don't know anything about any of this. And you just tell them, well, you got to go deal with this issue again, even though it's been zoned a certain way, we're just going to lose those projects. I am no expert in this, but what I worry about, what I want to be sure of going forward is that when zoning decisions are made before the locality literally puts the for sale sign on the property, and says, we're open, we want this. I want us to all be comfortable that there have been meaningful inputs from all the affected communities surrounding that, and that there's a decision that if you zone the property this way, this is what could happen or will happen. And now's the time to discuss the things that you may be interested in having here, and now's the time to discuss the things that you would not be interested in having here. And that's, I don't know that I would say I'm frustrated, but I was frustrated at setting into motion a system that would be very debilitating for economic development, because in the position that I'm in, I am tasked with business attraction, and it's, as I said earlier, it's a very competitive business. But we don't want to get a company involved or a locality involved in something that hasn't been vetted on the front end as something that's welcome in that community.
You mentioned the South Side manufacturing belt, which immediately calls to my mind that giant Confederate flag in downtown Danville.
It's on 29 North, and yeah, I see it every time I'm down there. But
what an impediment. Now, you mentioned the other states, South Carolina and Georgia. Are they not advocating environmental justice to recruit international industry?
I don't know what they're doing or not doing, but I know what we're talking about here, and I feel like it can be done well here and be a positive thing for Virginia.
But you spoke of it as a hindrance in Virginia relative to those other states.
Oh, I don't think pursuing environmental justice is a hindrance at all. I think that's a very, very positive thing. It's just a question of how you do it.
How you do it.
Yes.
Not at the end of the process.
Right. No. I mean, if North Carolina is not doing it at all, shame on them. And I think, I think we need to stay the course of where we're headed with this in this conversation. It's just, can we be intentional about how we do it so we're not making ourselves unattractive relative to other states that we compete with. But I don't for a minute think we should put this aside as an objective.
I have two questions for you. My first one is, what are some helpful ways that you think local government can get involved? Do you have any ideas for that? So that's my first one. And then my second question is, how can communities best communicate their desires to you? Like, what would be helpful from your end?
You've taken me to the very limits of my expertise on on local government, ma'am. And from afar, what I see of the local government zoning process is, in some places, it seems very robust in getting community involvement, the communities that would be affected or could be affected. And in others, at least historically, not so much. And so I think the state has been pretty deferential to localities and how they do their zoning. That's one area where the state has tried to exercise restraint. But I feel like there needs to be some conversations with with VACO and the Municipal League in the mix where we're asking, how do you engage the communities that are in your area? You mentioned Danville, and I don't like that flag either, but I can tell you one thing. We've done several projects down there, and the reason is because Danville and Pittsylvania County, which are sociologically sort of different worlds, have stacked hands. They had lost they lost textiles, they lost tobacco, and they'd lost furniture making, and we're not going to get Amazon HQ2 into Danville, Virginia. I wish I could tell you what we are, but we're not. But there are great manufacturing jobs and opportunities down there. But they, as a community, have figured out what they want because they've engaged with one another, and they're actually revenue sharing between the city and the community, which just it's, I wouldn't say it's unprecedented, but it's become, they've sort of set a standard, and some other communities in the state are doing it. And so, but that's a situation where I see early engagement in what do we want in our community. They have a manufacturing history to them, so it's not something that they're not used to. It's not something that's just dropped out of the blue. So that probably doesn't answer your question very well, but I think it's one of the questions that needs to be fleshed out, and we need a lot more people involved in the conversation than certainly I'm able to, than just commerce and trade.
So I have a question as well, because I think what I'm hearing is that in some ways the state, in its attracting of businesses, whether they're from outside of the country or whether they're, that there doesn't seem to be a process by which there is kind of a vetting through an EJ lens from the beginning. What you're saying is that you're out attracting, having conversations, trying to find sites, but shouldn't that lens be part of that process, the environmental justice kind of lens of thinking about what are the kinds of businesses that will lend itself to our being the leaders in the Mid-Atlantic area on environmental justice? What are the ways that we can make that a profitable enterprise rather than trying to fit old kinds of industries and systems that really kind of need to transition to kind of a new way of manufacturing, let's put it that way, that is less polluting, that is less harsh on the environment. And so it seems to me that lens ought to be all throughout the process, not just on the localities, not just when, because you're raising the issue that it's happening on the back end after you've done all the work. But it seems to me that part of the process of even vetting them from the beginning should include an environmental justice lens.
We can ask questions at the beginning, but at the end of the day, the community has to have made the decisions about what they want or don't want. And if that's communicated to us, then we will say, okay, well, we're not going to pursue that possibility there. Why would we want to try to get a company into a place where they wouldn't be welcome? Mm-hmm. So Stephen, do you want to comment on that?
Yes, sir. First of all, I really appreciate, I'm sorry I didn't was raising the question, but I really appreciate the sentiment of it. I would say in general, the types of projects that we recruit to Virginia, certainly some of them do have emissions, but in general, they're not, large polluting facilities. Part of what Secretary Ball and I think both feel fairly strongly about, and I think if we're really going to be a leader on environmental justice, we need to do this to somehow reconcile the zoning of properties with environmental justice, right? If a community has properties zoned as heavy industrial, there's a reasonable expectation that heavy industrial projects would choose to locate there. So ideally, if that community doesn't want those types of projects to be there, there would be some kind of mechanism to change that zoning such that there's not essentially an implicit advertisement, if you will, to industry that kind of project would be welcome there. I just can't emphasize enough. I know Secretary Ball said it, but I just want to say it again. We only want to bring projects to a community that will welcome in that community. But with 133, I think, localities across Virginia, properties owned all across the Commonwealth, we need some way to have an earlier mechanism to sort of indicate the types of things that a community would welcome or not welcome. And by the way, this is an important point to note here that may not be obvious. When we work on these projects at the state level, Secretary Ball and our team, we were working very closely in 100% of cases with the local community, leaders in that area that are closest to those regions. And maybe they're not close to every single neighborhood, but we're in dialogue with them about whether a particular project would be a good fit for their community, a good fit for a particular, location in their community. We are very open, eager, really, if there are changes that need to happen on, the front end of that process to make sure that we're adequately considering environmental justice considerations. We would really welcome that. I hope you're hearing that from us today. It's really just a question about when and how this type of input is provided so that we don't get too far down the track to a point where, just a lot of unfortunate outcomes happen really for everybody. Whereas if we knew on the front end that a particular type of project isn't going to be a good fit for a community, we simply would either not recommend any communities or recommend another community that would welcome that project. I hope that makes sense.
Thanks, Mr. Murray. Thanks, Mr. Murray. In the interest of time, I'm going to help close us out here. Mr. Alvarez, I think you had one last comment. I know we can probably talk about this very important topic for a really long time, so I think it makes sense to both invite my colleagues back and continue the conversation. And I'm sure as we kind of move forward in talking about the committee leadership assignments and how we're moving there, we can engage them. Okay.
Yeah, I think
Okay. I'll do
Miriam,
the mic.
I think Miriam was trying to remind us that we are behind in the agenda. But I had a couple of comments. I actually think that our discussion about the leadership probably will only take a half an hour, so we may not be as far behind as we think. And I think some of the issues that are, can you all hear me? Yes. So I think some of the issues that are being raised here are pretty critical and pretty fundamental to the work of the council. I just wish that we'd had a little bit more of a heads up about this discussion so that we could have been better prepared for it. Let me just say that our Public and Community Health and Participation Committee has as part of its charge really looking at some of the zoning practices and some of the planning processes that we've been discussing here today. And so I would really welcome perhaps a further dialogue with both of you, and that committee could structure and perhaps invite you to a subcommittee meeting where we could really continue this lively discussion, because I think it's pretty critical and it's pretty important to our work. And really this issue about the process by which decisions are made about moving forward with projects that have potentially an adverse impact on communities is really at the core of environmental justice. And I think part of what I've heard others say in this body and in other bodies where this discussion has been held is that some of the historical zoning practices have contributed to what we term environmental justice, and that it's very difficult to turn that ship around. Even if you work very, very hard to ensure that the folks who are involved in those zoning decisions are diverse, it's still very difficult to reverse that historical legacy that results from zoning practices, sightings, and some of these decisions about where you place things that have happened in the past. And I think that's a task that we're grappling with. I know it sounds like it's a task you're grappling with as well. And I think another part of the issue perhaps that contributes to this issue about the timing of the decisions and perhaps an unfair burden on industries who become aware of these concerns very late in the process has to do with the ability of localities to enfranchise the folks who feel that they are going to be adversely impacted by a facility going here or a project moving forward. And I think, historically, we've had a very difficult time ensuring that leadership in communities reflects all of the subpopulations within the communities. And, I don't need to say that to you. You probably know that history just as well as I do, and everybody in this room knows that history. So if you have perhaps a body that's supposed to be representing all the citizens that doesn't necessarily understand or doesn't necessarily engage in an authentic process that gives voice to all of the citizens, then you get into the situation where, people are screaming and it's late in the process, but they haven't really had an opportunity to weigh in early in the process and voice their concerns or have their concerns heard or addressed. So I think those are some of the issues that we think are important. It sounds like these are issues that are important to you and that we need to kind of keep this conversation going. But I really think the context for that conversation is within that committee, in part, to help us kind of tease out, the approaches, the concerns, and structure that discussion and then bring it back to the full council so that we could perhaps make some meaningful recommendations. Because I think that a tone can be set at the state level that the state is committed to an inclusive and representative process, so that groups don't get to the point where they feel that their local governmental officials have perhaps given more deference to the industry than they have to the health and well-being of their constituents.
We were hoping you'd invite us back, so thank you for that. This needs to be a conversation that continues, and last thing we want this is to be one and done. And Dr. Harris, to your earlier comments, if there's ways we can improve what we're doing on the front end better. Stephen mentioned heavy industry and some of the things. We've done projects in Newport News and Norfolk, and we're working on one in Portsmouth. And the leadership in those communities, Mayor Price, for example, Mayor Alexander, African-American leaders. But we're using that as kind of a proxy. We want to make sure that the neighbors want to do this. These projects usually are good, high-paying jobs, and they're pretty clean industries, as Stephen said. But yeah, we can all do this better. We can all do this better. So we welcome the opportunity to continue this conversation with you, and thank you for letting us be here today.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I still am having trouble seeing the other folks. Are there others who wanted to make comments? Do you know if they?
Could I jump in? Can y'all hear me?
Ken.
Oh, okay. I know we're up on time. I really just wanted to highlight some of the comments from our attendees, especially Peter Anderson. I think one thing that he brought up that was of interest to me, one was, the EJ bill that the North administration brought through, that I think I heard the secretary talking about as a kind of a back-end measure, and when in fact the bill seems to be focusing on pre-application community outreach, which is where we've seen a lot of these problems with these projects. The larger infrastructure projects have targeted Black and brown communities, where it seems that any of the pre-authorization outreach that was done was to get a special use permit so that they didn't have to deal with a lot of local approval, or backdoor deals with local governments and not the communities themselves, which, through all sorts of political maneuvers don't represent the communities that they're elected to. So I think there's a lot of work that can be done there to make sure that the work that's coming in early is actually talking to the community. And I think, our committees can help y'all figure out what that is. But in general, I think there's a lot of zoning decisions that are not involving the community as well as they should be, and instead looking at a local government that may not have the best interests of some of their more, folks who aren't really being represented, disenfranchised in some cases, instead of going into the communities and seeing who actually lives there. But I'm hoping that stuff can make it in the record, and that whenever y'all come back, we'll have a little bit more time to think about this and develop some questions and recommendations to try to help out with this process.
Any other members?
Hi, yeah, can you hear me? This is Karen Camblin.
Karen.
I'm trying to figure out what's the best way for online folks to kind of jump in for some of the conversations. I don't know if the raising our hand feature is the best way to do it, but so I just had a couple comments. I completely agree with everything my colleagues have said before me. And that is one of the things that Harrison had just brought up was the ability for local communities to make variances despite the public engagement that has occurred and despite what their comprehensive plan has indicated for their long-term vision and goal for the community. So one of the things that we can look at in addition to our zoning is we really need to start paying attention to the municipality's vision and goals for how they want to transform and grow within a 15 to 20 year cycle. And so some of these projects, particularly when a variance is given, is usually in opposition to what their vision and their goal is. And so I'm going to keep it short, and I look forward to additional conversations within the committee. But I would say, I just wanted to make a comment on a statement that was made earlier about a community like, say, Danville, where we're talking about continually to attract manufacturer type projects for that community, even though that municipality may not necessarily want that that land use in their community anymore. And so I think we need to move away from the questions or the statements of, well, Danville or a community like Danville will not be able to attract develop companies like Amazon. I think we need to move away from those statements and start asking the question of, why is this community unable to attract companies like Amazon? If we were to look at Danville's long-term vision, they want to be in technology and micro center, not necessarily manufacture. So there are a lot of things that are out there that the communities, even before the project siting starts, where the community says, this is what I want to do, and this is where I want to be in 20 years. And we really need to start looking at that. And then the other thing I think is really important is when we're talking about public engagement, we need to make sure and that it is intentional, and it's not going to be something where it's a one-sided, hey, I'm going to come out, I'm going to give you some information, you're going to tell me what you want or you don't want, and then we're just going to keep going with the project. And that's what we're seeing with a lot of these communities that are still trying to negotiate and renegotiate some of the uses that are trying to be introduced to their communities, such as, you know, the gold mining over in Buckingham County or the Wegmans Distribution Center in Hanover County. So, and so as we're moving forward and trying to come up with a more inclusive engagement practice, I think, you know, we need to make sure that, yes, the input that we receive from the community is heard and actually incorporated into the decision-making process. And what can we do retroactively with the communities that are burdened with these types of issues that this process is trying to alleviate. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Anybody else?
And I'll offer one thought. I know you want us to leave and we'll leave, but I may have misspoke, but when I referred to Amazon, I was referring to their HQ2, their headquarters, and they needed to be near the Capitol and they needed to be near Dulles and all that. We would love to have technology hubs all over the state of Virginia, including in the city of Danville. And in fact, we have data centers that we've gotten into rural areas of Virginia. They're great opportunities for economic development. So I didn't want anybody thinking that we had just written off Danville or any other part of the state as a place for technology companies.
Thank you so much for coming.
Well, thank you, Secretary Ball, and thanks, John, as well. I know we'll continue these conversations. Really appreciate your support as well, and we'll hand it back over to our chairs. I know you'll be excited, Secretary Ball, to know that we have a great conversation this afternoon around clean energy and as we transition. So we'll loop you back on that and get you back connected.
Thank you. Thank you all very much for letting us be here.
Thank you all. All right, I'll turn it back over to our chairs to talk about committees.
So Faith, I'm not sure how we should proceed, but we really probably need to honor the 11:30 start time for the mapping discussion. So would we be able to maybe just go through the charge briefly for each committee and make sure people are comfortable with it, and they may have some slight tweaks. I didn't receive any feedback after sending it out, but that doesn't mean that there might not be some small changes that people want to make to the descriptions. And then we have some names of people who've expressed interest. What I apologize for not bringing was the folks who emailed me and said they wanted to assume a leadership role. I didn't bring that information with me today. So I'm hoping you'll put that in the chat, those who are on the virtual call. If you had expressed an interest in leading a committee, put that in the chat. And then we could quickly make the leadership decision, which I hope won't require a vote since we don't have a quorum here in the room. But perhaps we can do it by consensus. I don't think it's going to be a real contentious thing. Is that okay in terms of an approach, Faith? Okay, all right. So we have 3 committees, and all of you should have received the draft document that described the 3 committees. So Public and Community Health and Participation is one, Infrastructure and Just Transition, and the third is the Emerging Issues Committee. And then there are some cross-cutting issues that we discussed when at our last council meeting. And so the cross-cutting issues really are aspects of each of the committee's work that will need to be folded in. So they're kind of right at the beginning of the document. So those cross-cutting issues include water and air quality, transportation, workforce, negative impacts on EJ committees, planning, data, equity and inclusion, outreach, clean energy, economic development, and cumulative environmental impact. So those are going to be folded into the work of all 3 of the committees. But I've tried to kind of take the bullets. I did not lose any of the bullets, because we originally had, I think, 7 or 8 committees that had been proposed, and then we had bullets under each of those. I've managed to take all of those bullets and plug those into one of the 3 committees that we agree we would use as a structure for moving forward. So starting with Public and Community Health and Participation, I have 3 names listed of folks who were interested in participating. So myself, Ronald, and Teresa. Are there others who are interested in participating for that subcommittee?
Katie McCormick speaking here. Yes, I would like to join that subcommittee, please.
Sorry, I didn't. Katie, okay. Katie, okay. Anyone else? Okay, so so we have 4 people, and we need a leader or 2.
Digitally hearing us, or are they weighing in? I'm not sure. There are quite a few of our members whose names do not appear on any committee, and I just wanted to remind folk to join a committee.
I'm sorry, y'all. Can you repeat the name of this committee?
It's Public and Community Health and Participation. It's the first committee on the description list that you received a couple weeks back. I think they can now.
And is there a requirement for how many committees we need to be on, or a suggestion, at least 1 or 2?
It's really up to you and how much bandwidth you have. I would recommend at least 1.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at.
Yeah, if we're going to get them going, they need to have a fairly good group of council members participating.
This is Lisa Johnson. Just a quick point of clarification, please. The revised committee descriptions were actually received yesterday morning.
I know I sent them out 2 weeks ago. May have been resent yesterday morning, but I sent them out initially 2 weeks ago.
For anybody looking for the email was sent on July 22nd.
So we have 4 names, going once, going twice.
Can you add me as well? This is Kendall.
Want to join this one? Okay,
Sure.
great. Okay, so who would like to be chair, who would like to chair this committee or co-chair it?
Teresa, I know you're out there in the virtual world. Would you consider joining me to co-chair if nobody else is overly interested?
Katie, my issue is I got a Fulbright teaching and research grant, so I'm going to be in Romania from September to mid-February. So I'm hesitant to be a leader.
That's fair.
Unless you all think I can do that across the pond.
We can certainly talk about it more. I'm just willing to help if needed, but not necessarily wanting to put myself in there if there's someone else that's really excited to do it. So.
Okay, Katie, why don't we go ahead and we'll commit, and you and I will work it out.
Sounds excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Wonderful. So we've got co-chairs for that one. So let's move on. Infrastructure and just transition. I have Karen, Tom, Aaliyah, Faith, Phil, Teresa, Harrison, and Clarence listed as interested in that one. Are there others who are interested? Okay, gonna add Kendall.
Tasha Devon, will you add me to that?
Pardon?
You can take me off of that one.
Okay.
That one has a lot of people. Yeah.
Any others who'd like to join, who are interested, who did not previously express interest in this committee? This is infrastructure and just transition.
Asia, are you speaking?
Yes, will you add me to that one?
Was that? Asia? Okay. Okay, so who would like to co-chair? Probably a good idea to have 2 for each of these.
Going once.
So it's a lot of people.
Come on, guys, this is our hot topic, right? I know we have some crusaders for this topic on this council.
Critical issues.
While folks are thinking about it, I could just make a quick comment if that's okay. I just want to clarify that I'm very interested in this topic. Of course, it directly impacts my work as well. So that's why I chose specifically not to put myself on this committee to avoid that conflict. But I at least just want to say that if anyone ever wants any advice, I'm more than happy to talk with you and collaborate on the topic. So.
So this is a critically important committee, and I would love to hear somebody step up to say that there are a few people missing today too, who we may not be able to, because I don't think I didn't hear Tom this morning.
Did not.
Or Teresa or Clarence, actually.
So
maybe
we
should
can, we can kind of poll those folks after since we don't have volunteers. Let's move on to the last one. Emerging issues, so we have Aaliyah, Mike, Karen, Faith, Lisa, Harrison, and myself. I'd like to toss my hat into the ring as a co-chair for this one.
Anyone else?
I get some help?
Talking about the third committee, right?
Yes, emerging issues.
Well, I will add myself as a committee member if you would like another person there.
I'd like to add myself as well.
Okay.
Janet, since we'll just go to this together too.
Okay.
Since no one else is,
Right, and I think
can put me as co-chair.
I was going to ask Tasha if you.
I was just about to say, you can add me to that, and if you would like me to co-chair, I would do that for this section.
Oh, that would be great.
Okay, cool.
So take me off of co-chair. Asia is going to co-chair and be on that committee.
Okay. So we'll circle back to the folks who indicated interest in infrastructure and just transition. So let me say that.
So put me back on infrastructure.
Pardon?
And put me back on the infrastructure and just transition, and I'll co-chair with. Hopefully, we'll have someone else come.
All right. Cool. So in previous iterations of the council, we've held subcommittee meetings. And those, again, have to be public meetings that are noticed.
Correct something. Tasia agreed to co-chair the emerging issues.
Yes.
Right.
Infrastructure. Yes. Okay. Sorry.
Wait, who are the chair and co-chair for emerging issues?
One co-chair for Janet.
I volunteered.
Janet and Tasia.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I missed our switch. Well, Janet, if you want to co-chair, that's great. I'm happy to if you don't want to co-chair the whole committee and a subcommittee for emerging issues. But if not, I'll just be a member.
Person, could never have too many co-chairs. So we'll put you down as well. All right. So in the past, the way the subcommittees have functioned is that those meetings are really treated as formal council meetings. And now, we're transitioning away from the virtual format for the meetings. That was a bit of a surprise for me. And it's taking some getting used to, but I think this is hopefully will be continuing to meet in person unless something catastrophic happens. And so what that means is the meetings have to be noticed at least 3 days in advance. And in order to conduct a vote at any of the subcommittee meetings, you would need to have a quorum of that subcommittee physically present in the meeting room. So Miriam will help facilitate those meetings. The other task that is associated with the committees is taking some responsibility for drafting a section of our annual report that describes the work of that subcommittee and to make some suggestions for recommendations. So typically when we really get into full report writing mode, the subcommittees would bring those recommendations forward to the full council for discussion and for approval. And so I'm just kind of outlining how the process worked in the past. I think certainly if folks want to proceed differently, we should probably discuss that.
I actually think that it has seemed to serve us. Oh, sorry. It seemed to have served us well in the past. Although last year was a bit of a
strange year
challenge because of doing everything remotely. But I do think that that's a good way to to have the subcommittees do their work. Everyone is invited to listen in. to those meetings, but, and that they write a draft and that we as a council together, agree on, or at least hear the draft and make recommendations for changes or additions.
And so I think what would make sense for the co-chairs to do is to think about setting up their initial committee meetings. And especially, since, well, emerging issues will meet this afternoon for the first time because we have to begin planning for the Southwest site visit. But for the other two committees, it would be helpful to, kind of poll your members and set up a time to have your initial meetings and to think about, what work you want to undertake. Sounds like we've already assigned some work in terms of this morning's discussion about commerce in the state, planning and zoning, and the enfranchisement of EJ communities in the process of making decisions about where things go. So you've already got some work already assigned to you, but to think about other work you might want to undertake, to kind of talk through the bullets. It may be that some things will fall lower on your list of priorities, given how much time we have to get this work done and to get the annual report written. And so you may want to start prioritizing in terms of, what things are going to be most important for the committees to undertake.
Absolutely. I'll also add a few things that we had missed on the chat. Clarence looks like he is willing to help lead the transition and infrastructure meeting. Our apologies. We're still trying to figure out the hybrid situation. So, and I am one man down without Katie today. So we'll make sure that that's noted. And then that's a great plan, co-chairs.
And Miriam, I don't know if you're able to send the slides to everyone.
I am.
Okay, great.
Yeah, if someone can send them to me, I can get them out.
Cool. So are we ready?
For the 11:30?
Oh, looks like we're ready for 11:30.
And this is actually great on time, so we can just take a few minutes. I know the presenters are ready to go. So if you, perfect. Give us a few
There are
minutes.
several folks presenting, right?
Yes, and I have them all.
I'm wondering if they could introduce themselves.
If we can just have a couple minutes for me to set them up first and make sure everyone's under panelist.
Sure.
Can we take a 5-minute bathroom break for people? Wow.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So in person right now, we're going to take a 5-minute break. To our presenters, please shoot me a note if you are not a panelist, and please let me know who would like to share the screen. Thanks. We'll reconvene in about 11:33.
Miriam, I sent in the chat the names of the presenters.
Yep, perfect. Thank you.
Thanks.
Nice to meet you in person too.
Hello, this is Kenda Hanuman. Are you trying to hear from me?
On break for approximately 2 to 3 minutes more.
So,
Okay, I saw a message that I was a panelist. That's why I was asking.
Good, thank you. I'm just a council member and wanted to be responsive. Wanted you to know that the silence is because we are on a short break.
No, I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
Booster comes out from the other company, can you mix?
All right, folks, I think we're ready to get started again. Let's try really quickly. All right, folks, if we can just have a seat.
Katie, we're going to get started again. Sorry to interrupt.
Yes.
Radio voice, isn't it? Can do that. What's that called?
All right, folks, so we will get started with our presentation from the EJ Collaborative. I have a number of folks on here. Adam, you should have the ability to share the screen. I want to give a quick shout out to our Environmental Justice Director at DEQ, Renee Hoyos, who's back there. Please feel free to join us as needed. We're really happy to have you here. I know a lot of you have talked to her quite a bit thus far since she started, but we really appreciate her work and support. And of course, we'll get back to the agenda. We have joining us Queen Shabazz, Adam Bushholtz, Monica Esperanza, Visha Rollins, and Wanda Roberts. My apologies if I mispronounced any of your names. Please, as you speak, state your name and we will hopefully know how to pronounce it better as well. All right, I'll kick it over to you, Adam.
Okay, I'll get us started.
Great, Queen.
Thank you, and good Thursday, everyone. I'm Queen Shabazz, coordinator for the Virginia Environmental Justice Collaborative. I hope you're all well this morning, and thank you for inviting us. The Virginia Environmental Justice Collaborative, along with our partners at Mapping for Environmental Justice, are pleased to present the Virginia EJ map to the Virginia Council on Environmental Justice and the meeting attendees. This mapping effort began in 2020 and fills a noticeable gap in Virginia's available health and environmental data. Our recently launched map shows pollution burden on Virginia's targeted communities and identifies several environmental justice hotspots across the Commonwealth. We will hear from one such community today. These targeted communities, areas that have been intentionally and systematically divested of wealth and resources, disproportionately face the highest exposure to pollutants. The map highlights environmental degradation and expands EJ narratives that expose the cumulative impacts of industrial sprawl. Participating on the panel are Lavisha Rawlins, Wanda Roberts, Adam Buchholz, who screen your viewing, and Monica Esparza, who I will turn it over to now. Monica? And while Monica is getting queued up to speak, I'll just go over our agenda. Monica will talk about cumulative impacts and the map's purpose, and then Adam will give a demonstration of the map and tell us how a score is made. Then you'll hear from our featured EJ community, Charles City County. That will be Lavisha, Rollins, and Wanda. And then we'll have some question and answers. So thank you all again. Monica, you ready?
Monica, it looks like I can't make you a panelist simply because you are probably going from the web browser as opposed to the app. So if you could just come in a different way, that would probably be the only way I can make you a panelist. Or you can call in and let me know.
Is Lavisha Rollins on?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. See you. So let's send Monica a quick text and make sure she's hearing us. She says she submitted her name again.
Yeah, she's unmuted if she'd like to speak. Monica, can you try speaking? Sometimes it's just the browser.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. All right. I'll just go ahead with the presentation. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for having us. We live in a society where technology is its own economy and many decisions are based on data. But what happens when community screams that there is a challenge that they face, but the response that they may get from government and industry stakeholders is, we don't have the data to justify target action. Data analysis helps to make meaning out of specific and limited observations. However, how data is collected, what is considered data, and whether data is aggregated is as important as quantitative data points, offering a more rounded and cumulative representation of the environmental dynamic. The Virginia Environmental Justice Collaborative map was created to ensure that in addition to what may be deemed as pollution hotspots, that the human chronicle of environmental injustice was captured. This not only expands data analysis, but affords collaborative partners statewide coordination of issues and advocacy for problem solving, and supports opportunities for direct agency action to address environmental justice challenges, including legislation and recommendations for funding priorities to communities. States such as Washington, California, Illinois, and soon to be the federal level are beginning to look at and frame EJ impacts burdens as cumulative to measure demographic vulnerability and exposure to pollution. Looking at the single impact is insufficient, and this map allows for comparisons between areas within a state, which Adam will delve into a little bit further. But overall, the cumulative factors and narratives of this map represent susceptibility to multiple health risks, pollution factors, and the results of government actions or inactions that contribute to negative health effects. What makes this map unique is that it includes present and live, inclusive narratives of immediate burdens from likely the strongest network of the environmental justice community in Virginia. This map tells of stories like in Newport News that has experienced pollution discord and been fighting for justice over 40 years, or the coal dust seeps into homes and businesses causing chronic lung disease, asthma, mental health, and death. This map version is just a beginning, and we look forward to build on this success. What our map does is provide a simplified platform to help target challenges. It raises the profile of disproportionate exposure and cumulative health impacts and pollution burdens related to ozone, particulate matter, lead paint, air toxins, traffic, mining, landfills, and waste facilities, for example. It helps to highlight areas where permits may need extra scrutiny or areas that need to be targeted for enforcement. It offers a repository of data and narratives not previously available to state, local, and federal officials. And because it resides in the community, is able to leverage information in ways that perhaps government is not. It also helps to build and strengthen networks between affected communities, which was specifically identified as a need during recent programming. And now I'd like to turn it over to Adam Buchholz, who will share deeper into the numbers of the map. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Monica. Hi, everyone. My name is Adam Buchholz. I'm really excited to be here, and I'm going to go sort of diving into the methodology of this map a little bit, and then do a quick demonstration so that you all can kind of see how it works. So generally, you know, the strength of these cumulative impacts maps is that they combine a variety of different data into a tool that is easy for many different actors to use, from advocates to policymakers to regulators. And the really key part of that is that it converts data into, you know, within state comparisons. So I'm going to do a quick overview of sort of what that looks like. So first you start with a data set that you've identified with the support of advocates and experts. For example, you might have a health data set, and it would tell you that 8 out of 100 people in a census tract have asthma. A census tract is a unit of geography used by the American Communities Survey and the Census Bureau. But that data point alone isn't really enough to tell you, you know, is this a really high rate of asthma? Is this a low rate of asthma? And so the next step is to convert it into a percentile. So you convert these into percentiles to show how a census tract compares to others. So then you can make statements like, this census tract has a higher rate of asthma than 85% of the state. So if you're thinking about, you know, targeting an air quality intervention, that might make this sort of a higher priority area, because as we know, asthma makes people particularly vulnerable to air pollution. The final step, and this is really the key part, is to combine that data set with other data set and create a cumulative indicator. So once you've combined this asthma data set with data on air pollution and other vulnerability factors, you can make statements like, combined with vulnerability and pollution data, this area has a higher environmental justice impact than 90% of the state. And so at the state level, you might set a threshold saying, you know, the areas in the state that score over a certain threshold are environmental justice communities and should be targeted for some of these, extra protections. So what data goes into the map? There's a lot of different data sets. And I'm just going to give sort of a really broad overview and not go into the really meat of the scoring, but I'm happy to follow up with that if anyone's interested. So generally, you have an overall score, which is based on population characteristics, so factors that make people more vulnerable to pollution. And you're multiplying that by the measured pollution burden as determined by these other data sets. So each of those buckets has smaller components. So there's socioeconomic factors, things like poverty, the percentage people of color, unemployment, housing burden, all things that are documented and linked to negative health impacts from pollution. And then you have health data, what we call sensitive populations, which are sort of multipliers. If you're living in a household that doesn't speak English fluently, and you have people with asthma in that house, those people are much more vulnerable to the complications from asthma because they might have a harder time accessing quality medical care. On the pollution side, there are two more buckets. One is exposures, and so those are pollutants that you can measure in the air, things like ozone, PM2.5, diesel PM, and these are ones that we know that everybody, if they're in your, if these are measured in your neighborhood, everyone in that area is going to be exposed to them and in contact with them. There's also another, the final sort of bucket is what people call environmental effects. And so these are things like lead paint, wastewater releases, hazardous releases from chemical facilities, Superfund sites, and mines, which is a data set that we created just for this map, where the impacts might be sort of attenuated if you don't live in a house with lead paint, for example. It's not that these aren't important, but that the exposures are much more likely to have a direct impact on health. And so those environmental effects are sort of downweighted. What you might see immediately is that there are a lot of decisions about what goes into this map. You have to identify which data sets should be there by working with local communities. You have to decide how things should be weighted. So, for example, this is generally the process that other states have used in this weighting scheme. But there are a lot of decisions that can be made, and so this is a great opportunity to have a collaborative interaction between, environmental justice advocacy groups and regulators in the state to build a tool that really reflects the priorities of local communities. So I'm going to switch over to doing a quick demonstration now that you've seen, how the score is built. I'm going to do a quick demo of the actual map, which is right here. So basically, here is the state of Virginia, and the colors on the map indicate this cumulative EJ impact percentile, right? So this is all how these areas compare to other parts of the state. So if we zoom in, you can see all of these divisions. These are census tracts. And you can see areas where the data has identified indicates that might be areas of concern. So for example, I'm going to click on this census tract. It tells you where it is in the state. It tells you the cumulative EJ impact percentile. So this has a higher score on these measures than 95% of the state. And then you can go into some of those indicators that I was mentioning. So you can look at population characteristics. Again, these are percentiles, not percentages. So this census tract has a higher proportion of people of color than 91% of the state. And you can click on it, learn why this might be, why this is a vulnerability factor, and you can find the data source and things like that. You can do the same thing for the pollution burden and looking at all those data sets that I mentioned. One final feature of this map that is useful is that you can actually look at different data sets to see how they appear across the state. So for example, here's the data set for diesel particulate matter. Here's PM 2.5. So that's just some of the fun features. The final thing that we're going to get into, and I'm going to talk about in just a second, are these little book indicators. And this is something that Monica was talking about. We really think is a really key part of making this map impactful and useful, is that it links this data and this environmental justice impact to actual stories and tells about what's happening in different communities. And so these are ways to increase knowledge about who is fighting these fights and how to contact them and learn more. And so one thing that I want to highlight is that you will see, for example, that there are environmental justice fights that are outside of areas where this version of the map has indicated are environmental justice communities. And that is because data isn't the whole story.
Excuse me.
Mhm.
Hello. I'm not able to see the map. Is everybody else able to see the map?
Oh,
Yes, I can see it.
I can see it.
Yeah, I see it.
okay, great. I'm going to move back to the presentation. I hope everybody saw that demonstration. So data isn't the whole story. And while it's crucial to capture this data and to build future versions of the map that might better identify environmental justice communities, it's never going to be the whole story. So with that, I'm going to pass the presentation over to some folks, Lavisha and Wanda, to talk about one of those stories and one of those issues that's highlighted on the map.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Adam, and Queen, and Monica for having us and inviting us to participate. So as Adam talked about, data isn't the whole story. It's definitely crucial when we're fighting developments that are coming to areas that are impacted by these developments. But the silent effects are things that you don't typically see until it's already had its effect and it shows itself visually over time. And so I think the data is definitely a great tool, but it typically isn't reported until something has either been destroyed or something has reared its head as a signal for that. So next slide. Wanda's going to give you a brief introduction on C5 and Charles City County. So she's going to just talk about Charles City County as a whole, the demographics, in case those on here don't know who they are or what goes on in the county. So Wanda, I'll let you take this slide over.
Okay, thank you, Alicia. Charles City County, Charles City County adopted the slogan 4 centuries, 3 cultures, 2 rivers in 1 county as a part of the commemorative of America's 400th anniversary. Charles City County is situated southeast of Richmond and west of Jamestown. It's bounded on the south by the James River and on the east by the Chickahominy River. The area that would become Charles City County was first established by the Virginia Company in 1619. The estimated population is 6,900, and there are approximately 2,300 homes. Charles City is comprised of 183 square miles of land and 21 square miles of water. The 3 cultures are African American community, 40%, white community, 40%, and the Native American community of 7%. The county is painted as a reflection of America's past and the land lost in time. The next slide is about C5, which Lavisha and I are co-directors of. It is the, let's see, hold on one second. My computer's not working. Concerned Citizens of Charles City County, also known as C5, was formed in June of 2019 to address the issues of the enormous lack of communication and notification from our local government regarding 2 merchant gas power plants. Our mission was to inform and educate the residents regarding all issues facing the county. The fight against both gas plants demonstrates what is at stake for all of us, starting with the frontline communities whose health will be adversely affected. Our well water is directly under threat, and we will bear the consequences of being in close proximity to 6.5 million tons of greenhouse gases emitted annually from the plant.
After endangering our health, stealing our water, and poisoning our air, the gas plant will become a stranded asset and we will move to truly clean renewables. Hey, Lavisha?
Thanks, Wanda. So if you're asking yourself, how does this play into the data map? Well, let me briefly kind of bring this all together. So right now there's a landfill expansion that's happening in Charles City. And when we were initially this was brought to our attention, not only the landfill, but the power plant in 2019, as a grassroots organization, we didn't know where to start. We didn't know what was, where do we go to find information? How do we find the information to support what's being presented? How can we document? How do we compare to other areas? So looking at the landfill expansion that's currently going on, our landfill, if you can see the area that's highlighted around the dot that identifies waste management, that is currently the size of our landfill operating now. They're going to be expanding that to basically the entire area that you see below. If you look between the road lines and what's around the landfill, that'll be all converted into, will be a dump, will basically be the landfill after it's fully occupied. Right now it's at 37%. So when we were looking at this data, and now when we're looking at the landfill expansion, we're trying to figure out what currently is impacting our community. What exactly are our threats, or what are the things that we can look for to see how this expansion is going to impact the people that are living around this this type of development. And if you can look at the map that shows here, the roads that run along the edges of this landfill, there are houses that are situated on these roads. So people are literally living with a landfill in their backyard. And if you see Bradley Run, which is a water, basically it's a stream, it's a wetland area. The landfill literally sits right on that. So if you are familiar with, how this all works in a rural community, most people have well water that's taken from a lower, it's not a well that's dug straight to the aquifers. These are basically a surface water well that they're using. So that's one of the things that we kind of wanted to know going into this fight. Well, what currently is a pollutant in the area? What is affecting the community as a whole now before we even expand this landfill to be 3 times the size it is? Next slide. So Wanda's going to talk about the power plants and basically how that would have also been great to have the data maps in regards to when the power plants have not yet been built, but how this would have been crucial data for us to go forward with researching and actually asking the right questions regarding the development of power plants.
In June of 2019, the citizens of Charles City County found out the community they loved was now in a sacrifice zone. The demographics and the day-to-day struggles for the residents makes for the perfect storm for environmental racism. The local government and the state of Virginia, through various agencies, had permitted 2 merchant natural gas, which is fracked gas, power plants within 1 mile of each other, with a total of 2,666 megawatts and emissions of 10.7 million tons of carbon per year. The C4GT was fully permitted, and that is a 1,066 megawatt power plant and would be allowed to emit 4.2 billion tons of carbon yearly. We were told by our local government it's a done deal. Fast forward to June 11th of 2021, the developer announced they were no longer pursuing the C4GT power plant project. Our community won this battle. Today, we continue fighting to stop the 1,600 megawatt permitted Chickahominy power plant that would emit 6.5 million tons of carbon per year. We are confident that due to the lack of necessity and need, funding, strong Virginia legislation, and no source of fracked gas pipeline, this project is on shaky ground. Due to the failure of 2 pipelines proposed to feed fracked gas to the C4GT and the Chickahominy power plant, the developers of the Chickahominy power plant decided they would build the Chickahominy pipeline to connect the fracked gas to the power plant. The pipeline is estimated to be approximately 80 miles long, running through 5 Virginia communities: Louisa, Hanover, Henrico, New Kent, and of course, Charles City. The 5 county landowners are banding together to stop this pipeline. Together we will win. A data map is crucial for all Virginia communities this is something that would have been essential in 2019 had we have been able to fight back with some information about the community, have it all in one place. We urge you to listen to this presentation and to decide accordingly.
Now, I'd like to just also add to Wanda's presentation as well, is that, you know, the data mapping, when we basically found about these power plants, it would have been great to use your data map as a baseline to help us to figure out how much in access would this be adding to what's already there. But the C5 houses mapping could have helped us. Well, as you heard Wanda and myself talking about in the previous slides, we would have known what our current pollutant levels are. What we've seen from the demonstration done by Adam and what Monica explained about the importance of these maps, we were looking at how do we fight back as a community? Is this actually safe? Will our community be impacted? It would have been an essential tool to help us to learn, okay, this is where we currently stand as a baseline. This is how our community is being affected currently with the current level of pollution. These are the health impacts that we're facing. And we could have made a bigger case on why, as members of the community, we don't feel that this is a good development for our area. It would have also, I think some of the things that Adam talked about, that they're still developing this. This is an ongoing thing, and it will be continually something that we build on, is that with landfills, the amount of methane is something that is off gas, but the amount of leachate, or if there's any leaking that gets into the water and soil, how is that infected? Is that a long-term effect? Is it a short-term effect? Does it stay in the water? And how does that affect the community in a whole? How does that all work out? Other things that we would look at is how does the community grow? You know, the data map shows the poverty that's being faced, the amount of people that are graduating from high school. Those are important things, not only from fighting pollutants, but also when you're getting community engagement involved and you're trying to produce new ideas and new things to the community. Having this data to show how we compare to other communities is essential in getting new developments and getting new participation, and also asking for funding to help to grow our community and affect them in a positive way. This will also give us evidence that we need to mitigate the pollutions instead of continue to compound on it. Like with Charles City County, as Wanda and I talked about, the landfills and the power plants that are coming into the area. Well, the one thing that we have to realize is that all of this is within a 1 mile radius of each other. So having all of these pollutants in one area, how is that affected and what's been affected? And if there is things that we need to work on or that has been destroyed or damaged, this will create evidence that we need to mitigate it so that it doesn't continue to be worse and affect the community going forward. So Adam, it's up to you. I can take this one or you can take it, but I think you're more experienced in that part. Or what's next as far as the data mapping?
Sure. I think maybe Monica or Queen were going to sort of take this slide, or I'm happy to sort of talk over my thoughts, but I also would love to hear from
Yeah, Monica, if you could touch in, this would be great. Do we still have Monica?
Not sure. Monica, when you're in, feel free to just take over, but I'll do my best to cover what we talked about. So one of the next steps is to continue expanding these highlights of environmental justice communities. We think that collecting these stories, similar to the stories of Charles City County, are really essential for making it clear that this, the data is actual people that are being impacted. And so we think we really want to keep expanding those highlights. Another next step is to really work with local groups to get better data for impacts in their community. This was an effort that was, it was a collaboration between VEJC and MEJ. It wasn't funded. We didn't have state agencies involved. And by coordinating between more local groups and the people and the data access that the state has, we can really get something even better. We also really want to make sure that we get unbiased data from state agencies. There is there are a lot of issues with the collection of air pollution data, where the monitors are and where the monitors aren't. And certainly the data sets that we used in here suffer from that limitation. And we think by coordinating with state agencies, we could get better data that doesn't suffer from those same biases. And so that goes along with just working with state and local agencies to utilize the great abilities that they have for gathering data and analyze it in a way that can be integrated into this map to better identify environmental justice issues across the state.
I'd like to add to that, what's next, our steps are that we are looking to add to the map for other environmental justice organizations, communities across the state with support from those impacted community members, from DEQ and others, as Adam said, to gather more data. So the map is not a finished product. It is still a work in progress. Our focus is going to be on disaggregated data, and we're going to continue to expand and highlight EJ communities, use the map to influence policy, to ensure that funding goes to sacrifice zone, frontline, fence line communities. We don't want the map to just be utilized to show where the problem exists, but actually to be an aid in enforcing change and sending resources and dollars into those communities so that they don't have to continue to live and die by these pollution burdens. And we want the map to also be used as a, sister communities for joint issues that are shared between different communities, that they will see the strength in uniting, using the map to join those forces against the pollutants that they're fighting, as well as to see how we can strengthen those things that we are for, like clean energy, like solar powered, and resiliency in our communities. So those are some of our what's next steps. I'll turn it back over to you, Adam.
Great. Well, I think that's thank you, Queen, for adding that. I think that's the end of our presentation. I'm trying to close it out so that we can see each other again.
Yeah, are we ready for, do we give so we're right, we're ready for feedback now and Q&A.
Thanks,
Yeah.
Queen. And I just wanted to, from an administrative point, Monica is able to, she is a presenter now, just if there's anything to close out there, don't want to not have the opportunity to do that.
Thank you. Monica? Train high school students. I'm looking at the chat. Thank you for that comment, Teresa, educating train high school students on how to collect data.
Yes, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, and I apologize for that mishap, Miriam, no problem. We just wanted to finally ask from the EJ Council about feedback, how perhaps that you envision using the map, and from your demonstration, what are some of your reactions? And so we'll turn it over for Queen to close out, but thank you so very much for allowing us to present today.
And if we have any other questions from council, Bakura, Shabazz, I see, like, I agree with you. It's not environmental justice, but environmental injustice that we are fighting. Correct. Any questions from any of the members of council? Thank you again.
I had a comment. I had a comment that, this mapping tool really gives us a way of identifying communities that may be at risk for, sightings or for, additional projects that might be proposed. I mean, it really takes us back to this morning's discussion about how, what information can help to guide decisions that are made about where things are placed. And it seems to me this could be a very useful tool in terms of really helping to provide some of the evidence that could turn around some existing or historical policies that have disadvantaged certain communities. So I think, thanks very much. This looks wonderful. How can we get it and use it?
We'll send you the link. Thank you, Dr. Phoenix. And I must note, I know Harrison has had to leave, but the comment that he made in the chat really sticks out. He mentions the CARES Act and the pending American Jobs Plan dollars. How can we use this data to make sure that dollars go to marginalized communities? I want everyone to keep that in mind. And Adam just put the link to the map in the chat. Thanks, Adam.
This is Kendall. I'm so very happy that this exists. I know that environmental justice advocates have been wanting something exactly like this literally for years now. So I just want to applaud this effort. And I had a quick question. I was wondering if there was any interaction between this map and like EJ Screen with the EPA?
Yeah, maybe I'm happy to answer that, Queen, unless, yeah.
Go ahead.
So great, yeah, great question. A lot of the data that we use in this map actually comes from EJ Screen because that's one of the most easily accessible repositories of this kind of data. I think one thing, EJ Screen really falls short in a lot of really important ways. One way is that it doesn't actually create this cumulative score. So it's not actually very useful for decision making. And so this is, one of the important additions of using the technique that we use is that it really, it makes it into a decision useful tool that lots of people can use to sort of agree, who are we talking about when we say environmental justice communities? And so there's a lot of interaction with that. I think there's part of, if you're familiar with EJ Screen, something that you'll know is that it doesn't always use the best data. It uses the EPA's data, which is not necessarily the best. And so one thing that we would love to do is really start thinking about how to work with better local data that might have some of those, might have better, more accurate data sets as well.
If I can just add on to that, I'm not sure if this is the part we say this or not, but if the council could also look at ways to help with getting funding for things like this. I mean, Adam and Monica and Queen have spent hours with getting this information and having to get this all put together. I can speak from C5's perspectives. We're looking to do some studies internally within C5 to help the citizens of Charles City. And the funding that we need to just do, one of the 3 studies that we want to do is a very big task and a very high price for an organization such as ours. So I think this is one of the things that funding needs to be also addressed in getting this and making sure that it stays and up to date. I can just say that one of the assessments that we're trying to do is on the upward of $50,000 to $100,000 just in us collecting data. So I strongly support something like this so that Adam and Monica can continue on with this and helping it to make it available, because it would help communities like us where we can kind of get some of that data from them to use the funds that we're getting to focus on the local perspective and getting the local information and have that funding specifically for that. So I do make that a request with the council is that funding be looked at to support this going forward so that it doesn't drop off. Because everyone needs to be able to make a living doing this, and Monica and Adam definitely, and Queen, I just want to make sure that this stays intact and doesn't just fall off.
Well, I can add that the DEQ, Renee Hoyes, the new EJ director, has pledged to support the map, and we are looking for additional supporters and funding. She's also volunteered to help us with finding other funding sources for the map and other EJ projects that we're working on. So thank you, Ms. Hoyes. I heard that you are in attendance. Just wanted to put that in there.
Sorry, this is Kendall again. I'm wondering if you all have any good examples of how maybe a map like this has, kind of meshed with decision makers in other states. If there are any best practices you want to suggest to the council?
Yeah, there's a lot, and I think one of the really key best practices for getting one of these maps used and useful in terms of regulatory policy is creating a process where there's engagement from many different actors, and a lot of people can be in the room in the creation of this map. I think VEJC can really function as one of those groups that brings together a lot of different people. But with institutional support from the state, you can expand that process in a way where you can get many more voices and much more input, and therefore much more buy-in in the final result. These things really work best when everyone has had a chance to work together on it, and so I think that's a really key as far as the development of the map. There are also many examples. I'm gonna plug in my computer because it's about to die. There are also many examples of how these are used in state level policy. Illinois has, their map is mostly just used as part of the Illinois Solar for All campaign, which, and the map is used to identify communities which qualify for the campaign. It's supposed to bring rooftop solar, increase access to renewable energy in environmental justice communities. There are also lots of examples of ways that you can target enforcement in these communities. There's also examples of states that have directed a lot of funding to environmental justice communities through these. I'm based in California, and I really try not to only use California examples, but I think there are a lot of examples over here where for example, the cap and trade program, 25% of the proceeds from that are required to go to California's environmental justice communities. There are other issues with cap and trade programs, but that is one way that has directed really an immense amount of funding to communities that are otherwise really disinvested. And so I think a lot of the things that we were talking about earlier in this meeting, not we, but that I was hearing earlier in this meeting, are opportunities to sort of, we're talking about ways to sort of do pre-screening at the beginning of a process. Well, this is one way to at least start that process. It's not perfect, and one best practice that I really would also like to highlight is that in Illinois, there's an ability to self-designate, because the data isn't perfect. It's a really top-down, data collection is really top-down, and so it's, the census is going to miss some small communities. And so what Illinois has done is they've allowed communities to basically apply to be designated, and it has to be based, there's requirements for that process, but it is one way to sort of counterbalance if things get missed.
Thank you, Adam. Excellent points about Illinois. And I'd also like to express that this is a very unique opportunity, in that there are really no maps that also include the narratives at the level that we are doing here in Virginia. So it's really a pioneering effort. And that's, again, what makes it very unique. To Adam's point, those stories that that other maps were dropped in between, we're capturing those. And so there may not ever be any other state examples, and we want to be leaders in this effort. So thank you.
And our map is very, very user-friendly. And to echo what all the panelists have said, the difference and to me, the most important feature are those narratives from the communities. That's the most important piece, because people are living and dying with these with these hazards, and that needs to be the focus, that needs to be the emphasis. And so we're hoping that the map shows that. And again, we'll continue to add those stories.
Queen, I see Wanda has her hand up from your team. Anybody else?
Yes.
I also have a question to get in before we're done, please. Thank you.
Sure. Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't mean to cut you off. If you prefer,
That's,
you're fine.
I've just got a quick statement about the pre-screening. It's extremely important. I attended a symposium at William and Mary where the energy industry was there, and I got to speak with them and ask, you know, how do you choose a community? And they're like, well, it has to go somewhere. So we look around for the most vulnerable and the least amount of population and a local government that we can do as a pushover. We know we can get in. We know we wave money at them. So pre-screening is wonderful. If we had had this opportunity to see this, then we would have been forewarned to look out for these things and make sure that our local government didn't sell us out.
Yep, Sorrel Communities is called. Communities that they've already scouted out and decided that they would get the least amount of resistance from. And in Virginia, you know, we are resistant, we are fighting back. And the map is just one of those tools that we will use in that resistance to our lives, you know, to protect our lives.
Thank you. Katie McCormick here, Pamunkey Tribe. I would just like to ask the team where you're at with tribal engagement and in what ways are Native American tribes represented in your tool?
We need to definitely increase in that area. Perhaps you can be an introduction to us to at least the Pamunkey tribe. We just need to do more outreach in that, and definitely to highlight as well those communities that are too often overlooked.
And we also have been engaged with some communities in the Surrey district. So we're waiting for their stories. So we have been including, and we're, and of course, those members that are part of our collaborative have been invited. We are just continuing to expand the stories.
So look for more inclusion. And if you know someone who would like to share their story, you know, send them our way.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I think Native American tribes tend to fall in those small communities that don't show up in census blocks, as you mentioned. So yeah, absolutely appreciate your response.
Thank you for your question.
Thank you. With that, again, thank you so much to the EJ Collaborative for your time and for this presentation. It will be available to anyone that would like to reference it online on our website. So look for that. And I know DEQ is working closely with that. I know we didn't do our administrative updates this morning just because of technical difficulties, but one thing I am aware of is that the Department of Environmental Quality received an EPA grant of $200,000, and a portion of that will go to support these efforts. So it's certainly something that the state is investing into as well.
Thank you, Miriam.
Yep, absolutely. So with that, I think
EPA
I'll let
Council.
our members, if there's not anything else, kind of break for lunch. And I'll turn it back over to our chairs, but we do have a 1 o'clock public comment set. I currently have 4 people signed up online. If there's anybody in the room at that point, we will, of course, allow them to speak, but I do have 4 members that are signed up online. Please send me an email at natural.resources@governor.virginia.gov, or just put it in the chat if you'd like to make public comment virtually. All right, turn it back over to our chairs.
I was just going to ask Katie
Thank
if you were
you.
able to capture the link for the.
The link for the map.
We'll send the link out to the council afterwards. Okay.
Thank you all.
Blessings.
Got a habit of about it.
Just a suggestion, Renee Hoyas' new position is just critical to our whole cause.
Yeah.
Why don't we invite her to come join us, Renee? Come join us at the table up here. We need you.
Yeah, we'll join us for the rest of the meeting, of course. So with that, I'll let our folks break to give everybody a little bit of a chance to get something to eat and rest.
Thanks, Miriam.
All right.
Thanks,
Yes.
CJ Council.
Thank you. Can you turn the mic off?
Thank you.
Think so.
Great, perfect.
I have snacks just in case. I didn't know.
Motion That's really frustrating.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bring that back to that.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's swap these back. Let's be like that. Oops.
Back up.
to be meeting in person in Southwest Virginia, the 4th and the 5th.
Hey, folks on the phone, I'm going to wait for council members to return to the call. I think we're going to try to start here. I also don't have the folks that are signed up for public comment on the phone yet. So again, the room is open for anybody to come up in here. But we'll start at about 1:15. A little bit of time. Good hour for it.
One thing.
Folks will be ready to start in just a few minutes. I'll turn it over to our chair here. And again, if there's anybody that would like to make any public comment and have not told me, please do so in the chat. Otherwise, I'll go through my list. And I'll turn it over to our chair.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're finishing up lunch and we're glad to be able to call ourselves back into order. On our agenda, we are scheduled to have public comments and discussion from 1 to 2:30. I think there were 4 people that were already signed up in the, that are, I think, coming in from online or on the phone. And if you are planning to make public comments and then you're in the audience, please, well, I don't even know if you really have to sign, but you can sign your name on the yellow pad, please. Miriam, who do we have first? Excuse me. Miriam is getting the person queued up. We had a really, I think we had a really good morning and good conversation, good dialogue, good areas of issues that were raised and areas of interest that our committees will take up in their subcommittee meetings. But if people still, if you have any lingering questions or concerns or recommendations that we should consider, feel free to add that to either the chat or you can email the council. Who do you have first?
First, I have Wanda Simmons.
Wanda Roberts. I will. Wanda Roberts is first up for public comments. Wanda, are you with us? Wonder if she's on mute. Okay, while we're waiting for Wanda, Bakura Shabazz is second. Bakura, do you have access? You're still on mute, though. Oh. Okay. Can you hear us, Bakura?
I'd like for you to ride with me in case something happens.
Hello, Bakura?
Oh.
Closet.
Sorry.
Okay. Who's the next? Bakura? Just me. Right, who's the next person? Kenda Hanuman?
It's all COVID's fault.
Kenda, are you here? We clearly have a problem.
Am I unmuted now? I think you unmuted me.
Okay, we can hear you now.
Great, thank you so much. Is there any way that I can share my screen? I'm not hearing from you.
We're in process of doing it.
Oh, great. Thank you. So I really appreciate great things that were said this morning. The map is just awesome. The work on that. I think the stories, as was said, are so effective. It's about real people. So yeah, I really appreciate that. And hearing from Secretary Ball was very enlightening. I'm coming from the Union Hill, Buckingham area where they want to do the gold mining now that they've not been able to do the compressor station. But I noticed in giving the list of things that they are interested in, he did not mention mining. So I think it's real important that we stay aware about that. We're not hearing anything from the Canadian Mining Company since the end of May, when they said they were going to expand from the Buckingham area down to Pittsylvania and Campbell counties, where they want to mine for base metals. So we're monitoring that very closely. You know, are you trying to share anything with this or not, with my screen? I'm going to send Miriam a link to my Facebook page, because it has a picture of the kind of mine that they'd like to see here in Buckingham. So we found at all the tabling events that we've been doing, where we're trying to educate people who are invariably shocked and amazed that anything like this is even considered here. When they see a picture, it makes a lot of difference, because just saying a gold mine, well, who knows what that looks like. So
Can you?
Are you trying to share that, Miriam? I'll continue talking since it doesn't seem to be happening, but I thought Harrison's statement about the backdoor deals was so prescient, because we constantly feel that we're not represented. You know, we're the citizens, we elect the representatives supposedly, and then they don't listen to us and they don't do what we're asking for. So I'm so glad that you're trying to make that happen. We don't want to be a sacrifice zone. That's not what we signed up for. We're here because we love it, and we want to keep it beautiful and healthy, and look for sustainable development. I know now it says I'm the host, so maybe that means I can share. Okay. Can you see that? That's a picture of the gold mine that they've created in South Carolina. I have that on my Facebook page, so that's why I just went to this. It's hundreds of feet deep. It obviously impacts all the groundwater, and it puts off acid drainage. They use cyanide, so there's these big holding ponds, hundreds of acres big, where they hold the cyanide waste. So now that you've seen that, I don't need to share that any longer. But I think if we just go back to thinking about how we can have sustainable, I'm going to stop sharing, sustainable development, because obviously we do need money to survive, but it's not about profits over people. And that's what we learned fighting the compressor station and the Atlantic Coast Pipeline. People's lives matter. They can't be bought, they can't be replaced. So I heard something about remote working and how that's becoming such a thing. You know, if we would keep this area healthy and whole, we could attract a lot of people from the DC area who would want to live in a healthy environment where we've got clean air and water. And all we need are good schools and good broadband, I think. I just emphasize that we need our local government to represent us. And I'm part of a team that's working on that right now to try to find some people that really want to run for our Board of Supervisors and who will represent us. And I guess on the mapping, where excuse me, where Adam showed the environmental effects that were considered, he had included mines. So the mining issue is going to be a Commonwealth-wide issue, and I hope that everyone will be aware of that and work towards that end of seeing that it doesn't happen to, once again, rape our environment. Thank you so much. Miriam, I'm done if you need to mute me out. Looks like nothing's happening. Anybody want to talk to me?
Kenda, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, so I just wanted to let you know that a great majority of your comment we missed because we were disconnected from you. So if you would like to also submit your comments in written form, I didn't know, you had asked to be able to share your screen, so we weren't sure whether you had a presentation of some sort, but we didn't get to see any of it, and we heard very little of your comment.
That's really disappointing.
Those of us online did hear everything and saw the picture of the gold mine.
Okay, well, that's helpful. It's
Thank you.
recorded. Thank you, Kenda.
Was this all recorded? Is it
Yes.
possible you'd have a recording of it, or do I need to submit a written record?
No, we have a recording. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Bakura Shabazz, I believe, was right before you, but we couldn't hear you. Can you hear us now, Bakura? I see her, but we don't hear her. All right. Wanda Roberts, are you available? Are you still online, and would you like to make a public comment? Okay, Carolyn White.
See her clicking on mute. They're not unmuted.
There I am. Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Carolyn White? Okay. Can't hear you now. Are you speaking? What's happening?
Hold on. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I'd like to say good afternoon. I've been on since 10, so I'll be brief. I just want to say thank you for the invite, and all of the information is pertinent to my area. I had did a chat earlier. Speaking of the things that are happening in the Pughesville community, I live in Suffolk, and we also have part Chesapeake. So since 2006, they were planning to give us drainage. We don't have any drainage in our area. And now all of a sudden there's development. Development is all around us, and they're flooding us out. And I was wondering, do we have any local people on the committee, any of the 3 committees you talked about earlier, that we can like kind of partner with and, get information directly to you all, and have somebody come out and look at our problem? Because it doesn't seem to be going away. They received funding from VDOT in 2006. They received funding in 2016 in the CIP. They also received funding from the American Rescue Plan Act, and they're still pushing and dragging their feet about getting the drainage done in our area. Ever since Interstate I-664 was developed, we have been having lots of flooding in this area due to the way they did us. So I'm just asking, and recently we found out that other African-American historic communities have been done the same way. They're coming in and they're building homes now specifically for military, because they can flip the homes. Military people stay here, they're in transit, they leave in a couple of years, 4 years, and then they flip the house and another military family comes in. So that's what we're dealing with here in the area of Pughesville, Suffolk, Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, Carolyn. You can send any of your information that you would like for the council to review and to respond to. You can also send that to us as well. We certainly can put on the agenda a visit there. I don't know when we have our visit is coming up for Southwest in October, but persons on the council that are in, there are persons on the council who live in Chesapeake, Hampton Roads area. So there are people who might be able to visit on their own, or we might be able to find a way to have a contingency visit. But you'd have to.
All right, thank you so much.
Put that in writing as an invitation to us, yes. We can't say when, but.
I will. Okay.
But it could go in the queue. Thank you.
I'll get you the information. All right.
Thank you. So who? Jessica Sims.
Hey, good afternoon. Just want to make sure those in person can hear me
Yes, we hear you.
and online. Okay, thanks so much. Good afternoon to the members of the council. Again, I'm Jessica Sims. I work for Appalachian Voices and I'm based in Richmond. I want to thank you for your continued work and for the opportunity to speak today. Thank you also to those that worked on the environmental justice map that was included in today's meeting. At the June 25th council meeting, the council expressed concerns about the lack of hybrid participation options for an upcoming Air Pollution Control Board meeting that had been previously scheduled for July 7th and would have included the permit decision for the Lambert Compressor Station, which is a polluting compressor station proposed for Pittsylvania County that would place an unfair toxic burden on the Bannister community and the closely surrounding area in Chatham. Can the Natural Resources staff confirm what the procedural
Jessica,
outcome?
we can't hear you. Her fault. It's not her fault.
Can anyone hear me?
Jess, I can hear you. We can hear you online.
Okay. I don't,
What?
should I just continue and then Miriam, can you weigh in?
Can you hear us?
It is being recorded, as a prior person alluded to by way of question, and a number of us online can hear you who are on the council.
We can't hear you. We hear you, but we couldn't hear Jessica.
We can hear her. Still, we can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'll just continue, I guess, if that's the wish of the council then.
Please.
Okay.
Please.
Can Natural Resources staff confirm what the procedural outcome was of the motion that was discussed at the previous council meeting about hybrid options for Air Board quarterly meeting, and confirm if that request was communicated to Director Paler? That's one question. And since that time, DEQ has indicated more time was needed by the board members to review the application for the Lambert Compressor Station, and they moved the decision to the September 17th quarterly meeting. Just to flag too, Governor Northam removed the Air Board chair, Roy Hoagland, from the board since that time and retained the appointment of Richard Langford on the board. Given that the COVID health crisis is not abated and may worsen by September, I wondered if you would again be willing to encourage Director Paler and the DEQ to include a remote or virtual participation option for the September 17th meeting, to consider having the meeting over 2 days to accommodate the large number of commenters and include hours for the meeting outside of regular business hours, which can be restrictive for those that work during the day. This would support the direct ask of the Pittsylvania branch of the NAACP, who wrote Director Paler on July 25th, asking that the September 17th Air Pollution Control Board meeting have a hybrid option to encourage safe, accessible participation. So that's one ask, if y'all would be willing to reach out to DEQ and Director Paler again to pursue hybrid options. And as to the Lambert Compressor Station, I want to flag that the project and its implementation and its permit review process has significant similarities to Buckingham Compressor Station, would have been slated for Union Hill. In the case of the Buckingham Station, the DEQ failed to carefully account for the disproportionate harm of the project to surrounding residents. This occurs now with the site of the Lambert Compressor Station, which is already home to multiple Transco compressor stations and impacted by toxic air quality, including a chemical fire that occurred in March of this year. Another similarity between Buckingham and Lambert compressor stations is the air quality monitoring. The air quality monitoring and analysis for Buckingham was not specific to the impacted neighborhood. And in the case of Lambert, the air modeling data used is from Lynchburg, which is 40 miles from the proposed location. Reliance on national ambient air quality standards that make measurements over the course of days and months cannot provide an accurate analysis of the intensity of the blowdowns that would occur at the Lambert compressor station. MVP applied to have weekly startups and shutdowns for the station's turbines, and that would be about 208 times a year. Each event creates a spike in air pollution emissions and has significant impacts. Another similarity is the lack of appropriate outreach to communities. Mountain Valley Pipeline is allowed to qualify their radio advertisements for the project as outreach, but there's no oversight as to the content of the ads being factual, yet that qualifies as community outreach. The issue raised at the start of this meeting with Secretary Ball regarding zoning brings up new questions. If an area zoned for industrial use is adjacent to a non-industrial site, or adjacent to an agricultural site, which is the case for the Jones family in Chatham, Virginia, whose property line is near the proposed station, how are those impacts appropriately mitigated? If it has existing infrastructure, does that mean it's reason to add and add and add and add more indefinitely? The Lambert compressor station would put 100,000 pounds of pollution into the air each year, including non-threshold pollutants like particulate matter. It perpetuates the pattern we've seen for fossil fuel infrastructure siting across the Commonwealth. This is serious. MVP cited the Lambert compressor station in the only majority-minority election district in Pittsylvania County. What happened with Buckingham is happening again with Lambert. Would the council be willing to officially weigh in on this proposed permit for Lambert compressor station, perhaps as a follow-up from your previous letter urging Governor Northam to establish a moratorium on new fossil fuel permitting? Would you be willing to ask the board and DEQ to deny the permit for Lambert compressor station? Your concerns could and should be shared with both the board and the DEQ. And additionally, one question, when is the next meeting of the Interagency Environmental Justice Working Group? Thank you for all of y'all's time and all of y'all's work.
Thank you, Jessica. We have Kelly Hengler. I can't see that far. Sorry. Kelly Hengler.
Hello. Can you hear me?
So we can hear you.
Oh, okay, wonderful. And thank you so much for your service to Virginia. My name is Kelly Hengler. I'm a physician assistant. I've been doing community work advocacy work for over 35 years. I've returned home to Virginia. I am in one accord with Carolyn White here in Suffolk. Our civic leagues are now banding together here in Suffolk, Virginia, much to the comment of the earlier speaker today on the webinar, is that it appears from our standpoint on the ground that the existing communities in our locality, to be specific, and doing outreach amongst Hampton Roads are being left out of discussions. We, in fact, have been before our city council, some of the civic leagues for over 20 years, begging for services, basic services, to the communities. And we have at least 8 substantial African-American freeman communities in Suffolk alone, many of which have been left behind in services, including sanitation, now being overflooded by what appears to be an attempt to use zoning, speaking of zoning, that is earmarked for these unincorporated and incorporated towns as village centers. So every parcel of land is being looked at as underperforming, simply build something on it, without remark in regard to flooding out of septic systems that ends up in the rivers and the creeks. To that regard, when it came to economic development, in broad strokes here, even our comprehensive plan can show no inclusion of these communities back through the 3 comprehensive plans that exist. And our current comprehensive plan has been delayed, so there's also no public participation. So when it comes to the plan here, we have Nansemond Indian Nation also engaged with our Nansemond Indian River. From an environmental standpoint, there is no regard given whatsoever to the water quality of the river, which is a problem. It just looks like one tableau where we've now entered into a massive Amazon distribution center, expansion of landfill, all of this draining to the river with an exponential overdevelopment, overgrowth right into and on top of these historic communities who have been waiting for anything from water, sanitation to stormwater and drainage. So when it comes to the economic development outlook, we're wide open and very receptive to having any feedback and engagement, and we're actively watching and participating in webinars to see where our place is and what comments would be respectfully, submitted to the commission to give feedback as Virginians for the best outcomes that we can have. I will say to you that being on the lower James River, we do feel like a sacrifice zone. We're here with the large transportation projects that are going through, as Carolyn spoke to, the I-664, the 17 and 58 are both being treated as if it's truck zone only out of the port. And this is building up, and again, over communities who've been waiting for revitalization and suffering from de-investment when they were originally points of commerce in the Hampton Roads area. So there's an up and over situation that's going down instead of coming from the very top at the need for globalization commerce, of rebuilding from the commerce that exists and the community wealth that's in our Black and brown communities. There's a lot of community wealth, a lot of African American heritage, Native American heritage that just simply has no place at the table. We're attempting to have those discussions. We do not know how that got left out of the equation, but it sounds like we're not alone. So those are the broad strokes, but the toxins, the pollution and being flooded in the homes is especially distressing to the amount of elder population that we have as well, who own their homes, they're self-sufficient, but are in their community literally being flooded, and their septic backing up into their sinks and things like that. So we're looking to place that here at the table. Virginia is not alone in its communities. And we respectfully submit to you that we, the Virginians on the ground, are ready and able to have that communication. Suffolk, Virginia is actually in Southeast Virginia, not Southwest. And we too do ask from Crittenden, Eclipse, and Hobson, from the coalition from Oakland and Chuckatuck out to downtown Suffolk and Pewsville, a whole coalition of Civic League members who will do any reach back from any outreach that comes to us. So the toxic load has hit a crisis point. We were wiped out from Keepone from up in Hopewell. Now we hear what's going out of Charles City. We hear the sewage continuous out of Richmond, all downriver from that. And we beg the EPA and DEQ and DHR actually to step forward, and we leave that at your table too. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Kelly. So we're going to go back now to see if Wanda Roberts is on and available to speak. Wanda, are you still with us? Okay, so we'll go with, move to Bakura Shabazz. Wanda or Bakura, whichever. Bakura, I see you. Are you speaking? We can't hear you. You probably can hear her. Bakura, are you speaking?
We don't hear her online either.
Okay. Well, obviously we're having difficulty with Wanda and Bakura hearing them. Are there any other? There are no other public comments, and I think everyone else here is for later. Okay. Thank you all for your for being here this afternoon and sharing by way of public comments your concerns for your communities, and bringing them to the attention of the council. There were several questions or requests made by different speakers, and I want to first acknowledge that I'm not sure that we have quorum. We have, Miriam, I don't know how many people have to be online for us to. Okay, we do not have quorum, so it won't be possible for us to actually vote to make a decision today, but we could, in fact, by consensus, agree to entertain the requests at a later date. I think what we want to do is to entertain questions from the council members first to anyone who spoke for clarification on any of the topics or issues that were covered. It might be a little problematic because we missed a good deal of it.
Do we have a date? Jessica asked when the interagency group is meeting again. Miriam, do we know that date?
Do not have a date for the interagency working group. We know.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
My apologies, I have to pull double duty.
Okay, we do have a date.
We do have a date, and my apologies, I have to pull double duty here. The first date of the interagency working group meeting will be August 30th from 2 to 4. The council will be represented by Kendall and Tasha, and Director Paler has been in communication with all of the agency heads to ensure that they have representatives there or will represent themselves as well. So there's a couple items that in that memo, which I'm sure we can share with you all, that are priority, including looking at some of the economic development interactions, clean energy transition, and also looking at a number of items that some agencies are working on as far as policy. Lastly, mapping, and we talked about it a little bit this afternoon, and I know the agency and a lot of other agencies are putting together their own data points. You'll hear from our friends at the Department of Energy this afternoon. There's just a various amount of work being done and data collected, and I think this is going to be a great opportunity for them to start the conversation. Again, it is August 30th, and that is going to be somewhat of an internal meeting. We will be holding a public hearing to be named or to be, or details to be coming soon.
So you're saying that that meeting is not open to the public for viewing either?
I think it's, don't quote me on that. Let me get back to you. For transparency's sake, of course, we want any portion of those meetings to be open, but it is an internal meeting, is what my understanding is, with representation from the council.
Miriam, might I ask if that is an internal meeting and we have representatives attending, could our representatives then present their notes at our public meeting?
Absolutely. That is our understanding of what the intent of representation at that meeting is.
Okay, were there other questions that council members may have for the public commenters?
I was curious, but we didn't get to connect with Bakura Shabazz. She had written earlier in the chat room that she was asking a question in the chat room, are we fighting injustice or are we fighting justice? I was just curious to hear more what prompted her question. What is she referring to, you know? Oh.
She was talking about, we refer to them as environmental justice communities, and they're really, it's about injustice.
That makes sense. Okay, thank you, Teresa.
You're welcome. I do have a question. Miriam, do you know if the Air Board meeting is going to be hybrid?
So as you can tell right now, we are figuring out what that looks like. I do not believe it will be. I think the limitations of both space as well as the Delta variant numbers getting pretty high up there. Of course, we would like to provide as many options. Currently, the General Assembly's meeting, as you all know, and hopefully they're considering ways in which we can move forward in a virtual setting and not break FOIA laws. But my understanding is that it will not be hybrid. It is fairly difficult to do a hybrid meeting because of both the technology and staff that sometimes it requires. Currently, we do not have the capacity to do that.
It does, I mean, it does raise.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, it does, I mean, it is a matter of, I mean, I think this pandemic has revealed, you know, that technology can address, I mean, we can implement this, and I think it's important that people who don't have the means to travel to these hearings should be allowed. I mean, this is our whole purpose for participation. And I think that all of these boards and councils need to work to make it possible for people to participate wherever they are.
Well, I mean, I would agree, and I think it's certainly something that we ought to take up in our recommendations because it is problematic, particularly since we don't really have a good sense of when we're going to come out of this pandemic fully. And, you know, as we're watching around the country, the statistics rise in these cases, we don't know in the next few months, by September, I guess, that's when you said it was scheduled for September 17th, whether where Virginia will be. So it's problematic. And also the other part, I think that I hear from hearing from the concerns from the callers or the speakers is that if we have the technology, what is the rationale for why we're not able to find the capacity to actually use it? You know, we're looking at all the money that has come in from the CARES Act and other, you know, and set-asides. It's baffling, I think, for the community to not be able to figure out, for agencies to not be able to figure out how to engage. So we hear your frustration.
I think it'd be interesting to know, I mean, everyone in the country, every government, every locality has FOIA restrictions. So is there any state, city, anywhere in the world that's figured it out? Or like, what is the solution that we are missing? I think that's a fair question. But I also want to really emphasize whenever this comes up, and we know we're dealing with the workings of government and things can be slow and not ideal, that people still do have the chance to submit written comments. And I don't want us to gloss over that. I don't want to downplay the importance of being in person and speaking live, but let's also make sure that we're messaging to our communities that we advocate for that, this is unfortunate. There's a, pretty unique situation going on right now, but you can still participate through written comments. So let's just remember that too.
And we can probably make it clear too on some of our websites to or kind of put at the very top the contact information where people can write comments to. Again, it is our address, and I'll post that in the chat. But it's a good point to make. We're always taking written comments. I'll just note from my time here on the council and supporting the council, the number of written comments has declined. Whether that is just because of different campaigns or different ways that we've allowed folks to just jump on and connect with us. But again, I think that's always a great way to make sure that you're heard as well.
Well, I mean, and I agree, but it also has its challenges, whether we all get the notes at the same time, whether we can't talk about the written comments together. There are lots of challenges to doing this work, and I do think that maybe we need to think of creative ways to ensure that community members have an opportunity to be heard and to participate in their government, in the processes of their government. So.
Hi, this is Karen. I've got a quick clarification question. At the last meeting, someone stated that the public hearing had to be done within a certain time period, but I'm wondering if there is any a plan B that's being developed, because as we're seeing the cases for the variant is starting to increase, and municipalities across the state and even the country are starting to reinstate and reestablish COVID restrictions. Here in Fairfax County, our government buildings have gone back to requiring masks indoors, and it's anticipated that some of these restrictions are going to get stronger and stronger and moving closer back to what we were following during the height of the first round. So if we get to, I know we don't have a crystal ball that's accurate, but what happens if we get to September 7th and the COVID necessary significant restrictions due to the increased cases are become a reality? What happens then in relation to that, that administrative requirement to have the meeting within a certain time period? Is there a plan B?
So I think, as we speak right now, I think the governor is getting on or getting ready to jump on a press conference here at 2:00 to announce a few updates on COVID related restrictions and kind of mandates here. I'll just mention that as it pertains to meetings, we're really looking to the General Assembly to help us interpret the FOIA requirements. So hopefully it should be a short session. We can figure that out here shortly. But I think our plan is to put public safety first. And so I think whether that means we explore the virtual options or figure out a way to make it make sense here with the restrictions. But you know, there's some backup plans being developed, but I think the backup plan is the virtual setting. Also with its limitations, but I think that as we move forward, we're exploring different ways that we can make sure, you know, now that we know how to use technology, but as the numbers get higher, we are going to be a little bit more conscious of that, and you'll see meetings scaled back.
Well, I thought originally the issue with that Air Board meeting was that it was originally slated for virtual, and then it was made in person, and the location moved to Richmond. I thought that was the issue.
The location was never set. If it was going to be virtual, then it didn't have a setting, and so it was. I think the request was for it to be in a certain community.
Was it? Yeah.
But it wasn't scheduled for that community. It was scheduled to be online.
It was not ever virtual?
It was virtual, but that means it was not scheduled to be in a community or outside of Richmond. Yeah.
But with it being scheduled virtually, more
people could
community
attend.
members could participate. That was the issue.
Yeah.
And then it became an in-person meeting because the restrictions were lifted.
Yep.
And that's when more community members would be unavailable to travel to Richmond.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think that was the issue. So if, I don't want to, it's not a good thing, but if it goes back virtual, then there will be more opportunities for community members to participate.
Yeah, and it also, I think, will provide us some, you know, as we work with DEQ too, to provide us with some, and other agencies are struggling with this too, provide us with other avenues and some time to plan for, I don't want to say hybrid, but plan for virtual participation by the public.
Yeah.
And one way we do that is public hearings.
Is there someone else trying to speak? I thought I heard somebody.
Yes, I'm Pamela Brandy. Can you all hear me? Hello?
Can hear you.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. My name is Pamela Brandy. I'm the Vice President for the Pughesville Civic League. And Pughesville Civic League is combined with the city of Suffolk and Chesapeake. I am on the Chesapeake side. You already heard from Ms. Carolyn White and Ms. Kelly Hagler, and all of the things that they say are true. And I am in agreement with that. To add to what they have already said, we have continued to join together civic leagues and put out that request for other civic leagues to join together because we have some of the same similar issues and concerns in our community, whereas we're dealing with a lot of flooding and draining issues that we go before the council for Chesapeake and Suffolk. Suffolk and Chesapeake have what they call a master drainage plan. And I would agree that the Chesapeake side has been working, trying to do some things on the Chesapeake side. However, Suffolk has not did anything on their side, which is affecting Pughesville. And Pughesville area has both Chesapeake and Suffolk in there. And our concerns that the residents are having is that, one, we are paying our stormwater fees and been paying these fees for years, yet we're not receiving any benefit from the fees that we are paying, as well as other taxes for the area we live in. And when we have asked those questions concerning that, it's being funded, our money is going to other areas. And we're asking, no, not other areas, we're paying for our area to have the services that is needed. And both Chesapeake and Suffolk has received money from, you know, the states and VDOT to be able to turn our areas in urban development, which consists of gutters, drainage, and sidewalks. They are building and developing all around Pughesville, but not in Pughesville. And as they allow the builders to develop in our area and build up, they are actually causing more problem to the homeowners that have been there. And most of those homeowners are elderly people where their homes keep flooding. And we have asked them to come out and take a look. We have asked them to walk with us in our local areas to actually show them where the issues are. They speak of, you know, that they're going to set aside money for our community. However, there are old money that you already have, and Suffolk is continuing to receive money from VDOT, but haven't did any of the work, haven't opened up any of the culverts that is overgrown with trees and vegetation and all that is clogging and backing up into our communities. They are allowing builders to put septic tanks where when it rains and floods, it backs up and you have residents having sewage in their homes. I actually went to Oakland and Chuckatuck area and had a town meeting, and that's the same thing that is going on in that area. And we are going to city council, letting our concerns be heard, but they act like they don't understand what we're talking about, and they are actively able to solve problems with the new developments that they can make sure that those areas do not flood or have drainage or sewage or anything in that area. And you're going to tell me that you cannot and don't know how to take care of these communities that's already existing and going on now. And so we are requesting any help that you can give us. And we do thank you for this time and allowing us to speak concerning our issues. When we go to city council, we have heard where different developers saying that, you know, the question was brought up. Have you spoke to the residents? Have you had a local public meeting, hearing and all? And they've said no. And what was very concerning to me is that when we was in the meeting, that question was brought up to council. Did you speak to the residents? Did you have a public hearing? Said no. But the builder said, well, I pay taxes and fees, you know, payments that needs to be made to be able to do this. Well, what about the residents that's been paying fees forever? And so we're not opposed to the growth of the community and everything in our city, but we are opposed to causing flooding and drainage into our area on top of our, you know, residents that's been taking care of things. And it seems as if in a lot of the rural or Black communities, when the city even come out and just to cut down some trees and everything, they do a poor job of it. But then other areas, when they come out and cut and clean out things, they do a good job. And it's like night and day when you look at this. And again, we do ask for the city to come and take a walk with us when they create their maps and provide maps to us and let us see things. We ask them based off of the map they have before us. Can you actually tell me where that is locally in our area? And the person that's talking to us cannot explain where these piping or anything meet at. And they say, well, the engineer is the one that created it, but the engineer is not accurate to what's actually going on in the community. And Chesapeake is the bottom cup of Pughesville, where water is coming in on our side, and Suffolk wants to force the water to one location that is already overflowing when there have other options to have the water to go into different direction, only if they do what they should have been doing is opening up and cleaning out the ditch and the culverts. So again, we are very open to any help, any suggestions that you have for us that we can get help within this, communities within Chesapeake and Suffolk. I do thank you for this time listening to me with the concerns of the residents.
Thank you, Ms. Brandy. We appreciate your participating and sharing your concerns with us. You are among others who have expressed the same concern, and it will be something that we will be able to have further discussion in the subcommittee about. We also know that there has been money set aside for flooding in the state, and maybe there's some information we can help you get access to that can help you with that. But we're in 2020, there was the Clean Economy Flood Preparedness Act, I believe, that should actually provide funding for communities for this very kind of thing. So we'll try to see if we can find some information that's already available, and then also that we might be able to learn more about this, the issue and be able to make meaningful recommendations to the governor in our report.
Yeah,
So
so
thank you.
if I can also
thank
add,
you.
this is a great time to plug actually the Community Preparedness Fund and all the work that Admiral Phillips, I think some of you may remember a presentation from Admiral Phillips and a couple of my colleagues about the resilience efforts that are actually well underway. Tonight there will be a meeting in the Hampton Roads area at the PDC, and I'll post that in the chat as well. But folks can come from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. to if they're available to kind of tell them about their flood stories. We are doing a number of community outreach meetings and community meetings over the next couple of weeks, and then understanding we had planned for them to happen and then COVID happened. So I think one of the things we're going to do a few of them virtually, but we'll send some information your way. And I think the members here also have it, and we'll share it with them again. But some things to note. Our resilience efforts are going to be way past this administration, but really taking the time right now to understand what are your flooding issues. On the Natural Resources website, like the first thing you go to, and even if you go to our Twitter, it's pinned up top, there's a survey that we urge everyone to take about what their flood need or flood issues are with their coastal resilience issues are at the present, whether it's, are your homes are flooded, are you having a hard time getting to work, what are the issues? And then there's also a link to ask for a meeting in your community. So that's a great opportunity. Again, you'll get the support of this council in making sure that our efforts are equitable, but that's a really good way to tell us if you need a meeting in your community. So again, that's on our website. Also, feel free to pick up the phone as well if that's more up your alley. And again, we'll provide those in both the chat and then I think you all know our look it up right here so I don't butcher it. I should know it by now. It is 804-786-0044. And if you need some more help on how to get on there online, we understand that broadband is a little difficult as well. But again, all of those efforts are actually being done at the local level too, and supported by the local level. So any projects, any type of funding that's going to come your way, and the Reggie money is supporting that, which I think is what Dr. Harris is mentioning. And that money really is to help communities that are underserved and communities that need the resilience work. And I think we're looking forward to the master plan coming out in November and continuing to use the community needs to fuel the projects that they're funding.
Yeah, I do think though, hearing from three different people from the same community today makes us, it's clear that people don't understand the act and what's available to them. And if they're already, if their concerns are falling on deaf ears to their local leadership, then there are, again, that's what we're here for, to hear it. So thank
Yeah.
you so much for sharing.
Yeah, and those members who, or those members of the public that spoke, if there is any way you can get me your email addresses or your contact information, I would be more than happy to share the information that we have. And I'll just also mention, if you have social media, a lot of it's on the secretary's Twitter.
I'd like to chime in and just ask those folks who have spoken on this issue today, if you're still listening, please let us know who it is exactly that you've spoken to that isn't responding to your issues. Because hearing Miriam describe the state's perspective, it sounds like there's a disconnect going on.
Absolutely, there is. And it would be great if you also shared your email contact information in the chat, so we can follow up, make sure that we also are following up with you. All right, are there any other questions of anyone or comments from council members to, for clarification, or comments to any of the, in response to any of the public comments? If not, okay. Okay. So it's 2:17 now, and we have a presentation at 2:30. So we'll take a quick wellness break. And then we'll come back to order at 2:30 and receive presentations from, let's see, had it, Department of Energy, Carrie Hearn and Michael Skiffington.
I think we've got Maya too, right?
flood funding. That's a problem.
Back live on. Maya, I just want to do a quick sound check with you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Fantastic. All right, I'm started.
Okay. Do I have permissions to share content?
So our upcoming presentation is from Carrie Hearn and Michael Skeffington, Department of Energy, on getting to carbon-free electric generation at least cost to Virginia ratepayers. That sounds good.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting us here. My name is Carrie Hearn. I'm the Associate Director of Energy Equity Programs, and I'm from the Virginia Department of Mines, Minerals, and Energy. Later this year, effective October 1st, we'll actually be renamed to the Virginia Department of Energy. So stay tuned for more on that, on our rebranding and realignment. So I'm just going to wait until Miriam pulls up the slides and I'll get going. Okay, very good. So I'm going to be presenting on a project that DMME has been lead on, working with other state agencies in the governor's office and our secretariat offices and another team of partners. So I'm going to present the first piece that puts it into context. And essentially, this is a result of the Virginia Clean Economy Act. That is helping us understand how we can get to carbon-free electricity generation at the least cost to ratepayers by the year 2045. So we're working on a decarbonization modeling report that is studying precisely this question, and you can go back to the previous slide. So on the directive, it essentially directs the Secretaries of Natural Resources and Commerce and Trade to consult with the State Corporation Commission as well as the Environmental Justice Council. And of course, we've met with you all a couple of times and touched on this topic briefly. But today's presentation, you're going to hear quite a bit more extensive research that the modeling team has looked at in terms of what types of resources can be used in our electricity generation to meet our carbon-free electricity goals. So this report will be due to the General Assembly by January 1st of 2022. And we're also, again, consulting with the SCC along with yourselves. The report itself will actually include recommendations on whether the General Assembly should permanently ban the construction of new fossil fuel-based electric generation facilities. And if you go to the next slide, I'm not going to read this, but I want you to have this for your records. This is the exact language from the Virginia Clean Economy Act that goes into the detail of our scope of work. The team today, and you can go to the next slide. The team today is going to be focusing on one portion of that, but DMME is really taking the lead on coordinating the project, conducting our key consultations, engaging with the public, drafting recommendations, working with our agency partners at DEQ and the secretary offices, and then finalizing a submission to the General Assembly. Our other project partners will include, alongside DEQ, we have Resources for the Future, and Maya will be presenting after me. The University of Virginia with their Weldon Cooper Center for Public Service, and the Georgetown Climate Center. And we have Professor Bill Shobe and Franz Litz representing UVA and Georgetown, respectively. We will be soliciting additional public comment, and we will be notifying interested parties of the way that they can submit comment to us. Separate from this process, I just want to put a flag out there that outside of the scope of what we're presenting today and outside of the scope of this report is a hyper-focused analysis of the impacts or potential disproportionate burdens to historically economically disadvantaged communities. So there will be another report process that will kick off next year and then will be presented to the General Assembly in 2023 and then every 3 years thereafter. So the scope of what we're presenting today does not include that more narrow focus within HEDC communities. So with that, you can put up my contact information. I'm happy to answer any questions if individuals want to email me or contact me in other ways after the meeting. So at this point, I will turn it over to Franz Litz with the Georgetown Climate Center, and we'll also have Maya Domashek pull up a presentation from her screen. So thank you again very much for having us, and we look forward to your questions.
Make your very last point one more time. What?
Around historically economically disadvantaged communities.
No, you said a limitation of what you're doing right now.
Is that what he's referring to? Yes, so next year we look at how the Virginia Clean Economy Act could potentially be having disproportionate burdens on historically economically disadvantaged communities. This report is looking at our overall least cost pathway to clean electricity for all ratepayers. Thank you. Franz?
Mariam and Franz, is there any chance you could give me permission to share the slides so that Franz can
I
speak
think
for the
Miriam's
slides?
doing that, Maya.
Great, thanks.
Maya can show her screen, Miriam, if you'll allow it. And in the meantime, thank you, Madam Chair, members of the council. It's great to be here today to give you this initial information on the modeling that is going to inform the study that Carrie mentioned. My name is Franz Litz. I'm here on behalf of the Georgetown Climate Center, which is part of the project team. As Carrie mentioned, I'm killing time a little bit while we get the slide up. But Dallas Bertraw is on the line, along with Maya Domashek from Resources for the Future. And two of their colleagues, Karen Palmer and Nicholas Roy, are part of the team. I want to also acknowledge, while we're waiting for the slides, in addition to Bill Shobe from UVA, Anthony Arturo and Art Small are part of the UVA team. So we've got a great bunch of folks working on this analysis. And of course, we're taking direction from Carrie and her colleagues at the soon-to-be called Department of Energy, and Carrie's colleagues at DEQ, Chris Bast, who's here to my right, and his colleagues, Mike Dowd, Tom Ballou, and others at DEQ. Maya, you may as well put it on the second slide so the folks on the webinar can see it, the overview of the presentation. I can't see it, by the way.
Still not? I'm sorry. Hang on.
Why don't, so the folks online are able to see Maya's presentation. So we can just go to what you guys have on paper.
Okay.
And I guess we'll get
Okay, great. So looking at the slide that says presentation roadmap, that gives, which is the second slide, that gives you an overview of the presentation we're going to do today. I'm going to give a little bit of introduction and context for the modeling exercise, and then I'm going to turn it over to Maya. On slide 3, you see a smaller group, a smaller excerpt of the text from the VCEA. And what we're trying to analyze is how to achieve 100% carbon-free electricity by 2050 at least cost. So that's the overall goal here and why the research team is doing its work. And then if you turn to page 4, see questions for the, okay, great. Now we have it on the screen in the room. I'm not going to walk through these now, but we're going to come back to these at the end of the presentation. We're happy to answer, of course, any questions that you have that arise just organically from the presentation. And we encourage you to respond to these questions if you have responses. Next slide. So this is just a quick reminder. If we're focused on the electricity sector, so the grid, the electrical grid, and these are the key aspects of the Virginia Clean Economy Act that come into play. One is that it greatly expands construction of solar and onshore wind and offshore wind and energy storage. Second is that it establishes a schedule for retiring all carbon emitting generating units. Establishes a standard for 100% renewables, and that's by 2045 for Dominion and 2050 for Appalachian Power. And lastly, it establishes an energy efficiency resource standard, which is going to increase the amount of energy savings that is achieved year on year. So as we go through this presentation, we talk about the impacts of the Virginia Clean Economy Act. These are the 4 things that are reflected in the analysis that you're going to see. Slide. I'm going to turn it to Maya, but before I do, I just want to orient us a little bit. Modeling can be a very technical and complex thing, but I just want to sort of zoom up and just from a 1,000-foot level, talk about what modeling is and why we use it. We use it, when we talk about modeling, we're talking about computer modeling. And in this case, what we have is a computer. I know some of you know this, so please, those of you who do know this, don't be offended. I'm not talking down to you. I just want to make sure that everybody's sort of on the same page here. But so we're talking about a computer model. And we design a model to simulate the electricity grid. So this model has a representation of all the power plants, both emitting and non-emitting in it, the current system. It has the transmission lines connecting those power plants to people who use the power. And it has a representation of the consumers, both the residences and the commercial people and the industry. And what we're trying to do is, as you and I sit here today, we might wonder what's going to happen with the electricity sector. But it's really complicated. It's not like a simple exercise. We need to bring in lots of complicated considerations. And that's what the computer model does. It takes all of these power plants and all of these users and consumers of electricity and all the transmission lines. It builds it all together. And we tell it what to assume about the future. And then it tells us back what we can expect in the future. So which power plants are going to run? Is it going to be the dirty power plants or is it going to be the clean power plants? We can ask questions like, what is the effect of a particular policy? If we require a utility to do X, Y, or Z, then what do we see on the system? Do we see more solar? Do we see more coal generation or less coal generation? we use this computer model to basically answer questions that we can't figure out ourselves just sitting around a table. We need a complex model to tell us. So Maya's going to walk through what, and we can talk a little bit more about how the model works and what the results that we're seeing in this analysis as we go. And we're going to tag team a little. Maya's going to do most of it. Maya's the smart one. She's an actual modeler. I'm going to add some color here and there. I'll stay at the podium while she does that. Let me just make sure. Okay, go ahead, Maya. It's all yours.
Okay, thank you, Franz. It's really nice to meet all of you virtually. So Franz has already given you an orientation to what models do in general. I'm going to talk specifically about the model that we're using for this project. The model that we're using for this project is called the Haiku electricity model. It's one that we build and operate at Resources for the Future, where I work. And I think it's usually really helpful to think about models in terms of what goes in and what comes out. So what goes into the model is counting up how many power plants exist in the US, and that means coal plants and natural gas plants and solar farms and wind farms and things like that. How large all of those plants are, figuring out how many plants we know for sure are going to be built in the near future, how many plants we know for sure are going to retire in the near future, and then also inputting into the model assumptions about how much fuel is going to cost, how much it's going to cost to upkeep the operations and maintenance of the plants, how much it's going to cost to build any new power plants, the transmission capabilities of the country, how much sunshine and wind is available at different times of day, and a representation of when over the course of the year people require different amounts of electricity. So total demand broken up into periods of high demand and low demand. So we put all of those inputs in at the state level, which means we just represent all of the electricity in Virginia in one group as opposed to at a sub-state level. And after we've put that into the model makes decisions about what to do based on the least cost pathway for the US as a whole. And based on what's least cost for the US as a whole, it outputs what power plants it expects to build in future, what power plants it expects to retire in future, how much each power plant is going to generate, what kinds of emissions we're likely to see in future, and the resource costs. And we are looking primarily at the time period from 2020 to 2040 in this modeling exercise. So we're taking this modeling in 3 stages. In the first stage, we're just trying to build a reference case. So that's a representation of what is likely to happen in Virginia and in the US as a whole with the policies that we know already exist. And in our case, that's the VCEA and its requirements, in particular, the Renewable Portfolio Standard, the renewable procurement targets, the energy efficiency standards, and the fossil retirements, and also a 12-state version of the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative that's including Pennsylvania. Once we have this reference case, which is our basic assumption of what the electricity sector is going to look like, and that's the one that we'll be presenting for the rest of this presentation, we're also going to do some sensitivity analyses. That's the second stage of our research. And so those sensitivity analyses involve alternative assumptions about what might be true in future, like different natural gas prices or different levels of electricity demand if there turn out to be a lot of electric vehicles in future, or there turn out to be a lot of data centers or some other thing that would cause electricity demand to be different. And another thing that we can make alternative assumptions about are federal policies if the federal government decides to have tax credits or clean energy standards or any other kind of electricity policy. Finally, once we've done this reference case and these sensitivity analyses, the third stage is to say, okay, how far are we from the goals of the VCEA? And if we haven't reached those goals, what kind of additional measures or policies could we put into the model to get us to that goal? And that's one of the questions that we have for you, is to think about those policies that could take that last step.
Great. Maya, could you go back one slide?
Sure.
So When you look at this kind of a modeling analysis, as Maya said, you have a list of inputs, a list of assumptions that you have to make in order to get the results that you're going to see. And so if you're a consumer of this analysis and you're looking at it and you're thinking, do I believe this analysis or do I not believe the analysis? It really comes down to, at least in large part, whether you believe the assumptions that we've made in the analysis. So for example, here, there are some assumptions that are harder to guess in the future than others. And we know what the existing power plants are. Those are pretty safe assumptions. Fuel costs are harder to anticipate. So if natural gas prices are higher than we thought or lower than we thought, then the results in the future might be different than what our model outcome is. So if you go to the next slide. So Maya says, you know, we looked at that list of assumptions as a team and we talked to the folks at DMME and we talked to the folks at DEQ who are smart people, and they said, all right, we like the assumptions you made. They seem good. There are a few assumptions that you're making that we might want you to test for us because they're harder to get right. And Maya has outlined them here. One is natural gas prices, and one is how much demand will there be for electricity in the future, and what federal policies will be in place. So when we talk about sensitivity cases, we're really saying, all right, once we look at the reference case results, which you're going to see today, we're going to go back and we're going to tweak the assumptions that we think might not be, that might end up different. So we'll do a run with a higher natural gas price and see what that does to our results. Or we'll say electricity demand is actually much higher than we thought in the future. What if that's the case? Then we'll see what that does to our results. What does it do to the amount of solar that comes online and is used? How does it affect coal generation and the like? So when we come back to you next, today we don't have those sensitivity cases, but we have the reference case results on the left-hand side. When we come back to you in the future, we'll have sensitivity cases and we'll be able to say to you, well, we looked at different natural gas prices and this was the effect of that. Or we looked at higher levels of electricity demand and this is what it does to our results.
Right. Thank you, Franz. I think we should turn now to the preliminary results that we have. So the slide that I'm showing right now is the reference case generation that the model has for Virginia. So that means the amount of generation from every type of power plant. On the left-hand side of the panel of the figure, you see numbers with stars next to them. That's historical data. And on the right-hand side of the panel, you see columns with dates from 2025 to 2040, and those are our model projections. Each of these columns is a stack showing how much coal generation, how much natural gas, nuclear, solar, wind, etc. there was. And the line at the top shows the amount of electricity that was consumed in Virginia, or that we assumed was consumed in the model. So if the line is higher than each of the bars, that means Virginia had to import electricity from outside the state. And if the little blue line at the top is lower, then that means that Virginia was exporting electricity. So what we see from our reference case projection of Virginia generation, which again is representing the VCEA, its main provisions, and the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative with 12 states in it. We're seeing that by 2040, wind and solar wind up constituting about half of Virginia generation, and zero emissions electricity generation, that is including nuclear, is much more than half. And you also see that coal generation has fallen very rapidly already and continues to fall, so that it's almost gone by 2030. I'm going to turn now to the next slide, which is going to show power plant capacity in Virginia through 2040. So these are the power plants that are online and ready to go if you need them, regardless of how much they're actually used. So again, we see the historical capacity in Virginia. In the past, Virginia had a lot of coal capacity, and that's been going down over time. Nowadays, Virginia has a fair amount of natural gas capacity. And what we're seeing is that as a result of the renewable capacity targets that are in the VCEA, we see a really big growth in renewable capacity. That's the solar and onshore and offshore wind. You'll also notice that natural gas capacity survives through 2040 in the model. But as we saw on the previous slide, even though the power plants survive, they're being used a lot less. Now I'm going to turn to showing you the emissions that we get, the emissions projections for Virginia that we get from this reference case. The yellow is showing historical emissions in Virginia. The dashed line shows a straight line from where we currently are to the zero emissions goal in 2050. And the orange is showing you the projected electricity sector emissions from Virginia that we see in the model. What we're seeing is that as a result of the VCEA policies, Virginia's emissions continue to decline on the trend that they've been following since 2005, and the VCEA seems to be getting us to where our target needs us to go, at least through 2040, where we've modeled until. So now I'm gonna take a step back and talk a little bit more about the regional level, because what happens in Virginia also has an impact on the region. So this slide is showing you emissions in the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative region, so the 12 states of that region, and it's showing you that emissions in that region as a result of the VCEA are below the cap that region is setting for itself. The version of the cap that we're showing in this figure is extended beyond where the cap has currently been set. The RGGI cap hasn't yet been set past 2030. But we're seeing that the VCEA helps the 12-state RGGI region achieve its cap if it continues to be extended the way it currently is. So now I'm going to turn it over to Bill Shobe to talk about process and next steps. But I would also love to hear any questions if you have any questions, or we could save them.
I had a question. The emissions in the previous slide, it looks like the drop is leveling off. It was pretty steep at the beginning, but it appears to not be as steep now. Is there some reason for that?
In this RGGI slide, I think that can be best answered if we skip to some appendix slides that I have. Franz, do you mind? This is a representation of the electricity generation mix for the 12-state RGGI region. So what we're seeing in this slide is between 2025 and 2040, the amount of renewables in the 12-state RGGI region is increasing, and the amount of natural gas is falling. But I think it's just not falling as fast in the late 2030s as it was initially.
And one way to think about that is in the near term, we have lots of low cost reductions essentially on the system that are going to get us cheaper reductions. And the model goes after, the model functions on a least cost basis. So if solar is very attractive in the near term and it's going to squeeze out the coal because coal's kind of expensive relative to solar and get natural gas, then that's what the model will show. And it'll tend to make those choices early if it makes sense.
I will say, though, in this representation of RGGI in particular, in the later years, the cap would continue to force emissions down. So it'd have to be at least as low as this dashed line. Even though it appears to be flattening out here, it would have to be at least as low as the dashed line.
Another thing you might see in this slide is, well, Virginia is part of RGGI, and what this slide suggests is that if you were to take the RGGI cap, which currently ends in 2030, as Maya pointed out, but there's about to be a program review from the RGGI states, and they're going to revisit what that cap looks like going forward. But what this slide tends to suggest is that the Virginia Clean Economy Act is really positioning Virginia well for those later reductions, and that maybe Virginia could even do more than just extending the 3% per year indefinitely. So if from Virginia's standpoint, I think this slide is very good news. The Virginia Clean Economy Act is setting you up well to tackle those future RGGI caps.
And Janet, were you referring to slide 12 or 11?
May I ask a question? It's really impressive and it looks doable in an impressive way. To maybe calm the fears of some skeptics who, think this is just all about a war on coal, maybe it would be helpful to also have a tutorial slide illustrating the financial capability of converting coal burning utility plants to natural gas, to clean energy, and convince people it can be done. And you won't lose as many jobs as you think you're going to lose.
I'm Bill Shobe. Hi, everyone. Let me just say some of the things we'll be doing as we proceed with the modeling and wrapping additional commentary around the modeling is to talk about the level of expenditures that the state makes on energy. And so we'll be directly addressing the question of, well, how much will we be spending on this? And how would that compare?
And who's going to pay?
Right. The who's going to pay question is something that we'll be addressing in more detail. As Carrie mentioned, we'll be addressing that in more detail in subsequent analysis.
I have a question about, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see your hand up. I just had a quick question about model assumptions, and I don't know if this is, yeah, perfect. And I do have a background in spatial modeling, so I understand what you're saying. And in the spatial modeling world, we say garbage in, garbage out, right? That's the thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I think my question's around forecasting future electric demand, and I think it's probably like timely to bring up Biden's executive order this morning, right? With the whole electric vehicle sales goal for the future. And when I think about clean energy, I also see the increasing demand we want from electric production, right? That's a big piece of it. We want electric vehicles, we want electrified house appliances, but we also know that climate change is going to require more air conditioning. So I'm just curious, what's your confidence in that prediction, and especially around climate change, which is somewhat unpredictable?
I'm going to ask Bill to answer that, but before I do, I want to just point out to the whole council, on slide 16, there's a table of the more detailed assumptions that go into the model. And the councilor is absolutely right. The council member, when she says garbage in, garbage out, what we want to make sure is that you all don't think that this is garbage. We want you to think that this is good. And if there are any parameters here, any assumptions that you think are maybe off, then that's something that we should consider running a sensitivity like Maya said, which we plan to do on electricity demand, and Bill can speak more to that.
I'm sorry. So I had a question that kind of is related to Katie's question, and it has to do with what are the biases? What are the biases that went into the model? Are you aware of them, and have you incorporated?
So we tended to err on the side of using a reputable government source for most of these. If you go down the list, you'll see, like, for example, on demand, we're using Energy Information Administration 2021. It's the most recent stuff that came out of the federal nonpartisan, thinky agency. So that's one thing to say. It doesn't mean that we think that they're all going to be exactly right in the future. Almost every forecast is wrong in some way. And over time, you kind of get a sense. Year after year, you're able to look back and say, oh, that forecast tends to understate demand, for example, or it overstates demand. And then that might make you more likely to test out a higher demand or a lower demand, because you have a sense that it is, it tended to look that way in the past. And on demand specifically, Bill is a wonderful expert on electricity demand, so he could say more about that.
May I just comment on the assumptions part of this for a second? This is a work in progress, and it's going to be a work in progress for 30 years. So we have to make some initial best guesses to help us start the planning process. Next year, we're going to come back and reevaluate. Where do we stand? How did the forecast of these different things compare to what we assumed? And how is that going to change our plan for the next policy period we have to think about? So right now we're at the first step, and we need to run these models to help us chart a direction for the first step. And then we make corrections as we go through. But the pathway is starting to be clear. We're doing a fair amount of analysis, and it all shows us going in more or less the same direction. You laid out a lot of the elements of the plan that we know are going to be there. And now we have to fit all that together. And then next year, we'll come back and we'll look at our assumptions and say, okay, we have to adjust the assumption on natural gas prices. They've been surprising us for years on the low side. Now this year, they're up. So we're going to have to come back next year and say, well, do we need to change our natural gas forecast? And what will that do to our forecast? So this has to be seen as the first step in a long process that we'll come back again and again and again to reevaluate.
So the other question I have, and I do have one, I'm going to let you do your presentation, but I did want to ask this question earlier because it seemed odd to me, the wording, and maybe I'm misunderstanding it. What Carrie, the portion of the slides that Carrie went over on page 3, I think it is, where you say beginning next year and every 3 years afterwards, DME in consultation with the EJ Council and appropriate stakeholders shall determine whether implementation of the VCEA imposes a disproportionate burden on historically economically disadvantaged communities. And I'm just wondering, that seemed odd to me, that cleaner, renewable, healthier energy production. I get that we're talking about rates here, but I guess that's part of the reason why I asked the question about biases, because it's like there's no human element in this. There's no ethic element in this. It's all about, zeros and ones and dashes and that kind of a thing. And so, and then the other question that I think that I had was, how are we rating the fact that wind and solar are not resources that we have to dig up out of the ground? So what's the cost benefit in not having to, how does that get built into the model? I guess that's part of the question. And you don't have to answer that now, but that's a question I have. Because I don't, particularly when it comes to rates, I know that infrastructure is going to cost great investments, right? I know transitioning, but the resources themselves will not actually have a cost as it coal or oil or gas.
One of the optimistic things about what we're doing here is that currently we know that historically disadvantaged communities suffer disproportionate consequences from the way we're doing business now. As it turns out, I think most of us would agree that a transition to renewable energy will help resolve a lot of that as a matter of course, because these new technologies don't emit harmful byproducts. And in fact, electrification of our vehicles has that co-benefit as well. So it could be that the disproportionate impact will have a negative sign, not a positive sign, and that would be great. But that's something we need to track and watch because the model doesn't do fairness. We do fairness. We make those decisions. We meaning all of us. And so the model is there to help us make decisions and to help us make sure that the things we do don't have disproportionate impacts.
So I can also speak to that question. I think we mentioned this at the last presentation when DMME came, and just a reminder that in a related section of the code on the Virginia Clean Economy Act is the requirement for investor-owned utilities to incorporate the social cost of carbon into their long-term planning proposals that they bring to the State Corporation Commission. And so those costs have to be considered by the commission when they're reviewing whether or not they will approve a fossil fuel plant proposal within the utilities planning. And so I think that's really where that piece comes down. That is not a consideration in the cost that ratepayers will bear because it is an externalized cost. We're not paying that cost of dirty, polluted air in our utility bills. We're paying it in other ways through health impacts and, all of the other externalized costs. But the social cost of carbon is meant to capture all of those external costs and add it as an economic factor for valuation of whether or not a plant makes sense for public ratepayers to invest in that facility. So it really comes down to the SCC reviewing the social cost of carbon that the utilities present. And, DMME has reached out to the SCC, and I know that, it will be incorporated into utility proposals.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question, Chair?
It gets, yeah.
Okay, great.
I mean, it gets there. Eventually we'll get there.
Okay, let's go back to slide 13, process and next steps. That's me. So I'm going to be very brief, just to let you know that I have a very fine team that I'm working with at the Weldon Cooper Center for helping make sure we have all the right specifications for Virginia in the model inputs. The team at RFF is wonderful. I've worked with those folks for years and have enormous confidence in them. And we are the local helping hand for getting the modeling inputs picked. And then after the modeling is done, we'll work to craft a draft narrative that we will provide to DMME, and then DMME will, of course, take our draft and turn it into a document for public consumption along with stakeholder input at various steps, which Carrie's already talked about. And then, of course, the ultimate decisions on everything are the governor's. So we're just in a position of bringing the modeling into a narrative that's understandable. It can help the policymakers make good decisions with the modeling we have. And so that's our part of the job. I do want to let you know that we're actively involved in trying to think through this process of transitioning to zero carbon energy in Virginia. We've already published an initial study about getting the entire economy to zero carbon that was published earlier this year. We were talking about the forecast earlier. I've been doing electricity demand forecasting for some years here in Virginia, and we've published our own forecast of electricity demand just a couple of months ago, and these are publicly available on our website, and I'm happy to let you know how to find those if you have any trouble finding them. And then, of course, I do want to brag about DMME's really cool energy dashboard where you can actually check and see how we're doing. So we have graphical tools that help you see how far along we are in getting our renewable energy in place, energy storage in place, and all the other goals, and including energy efficiency targets. So you might want to check that out at some point. And now I'll turn it back over to you, Franz, who's going to finish up. Questions for the council, that would be you.
So I guess we put these slides up there just to trigger questions or thoughts that you may have. If they do, great. If they don't, that's also fine. And I guess I can also say that today is not your last chance to, you can get any questions or input that you have through Carrie or Chris, and we'll be happy to follow up and get you the information you need.
Could I put a little finer point to, today the questions that you pose back to our team, or the blue sky thinking ideas of what you think could get us to zero? Again, we'll take those ideas and put it back into the model, run it again, and then come back to you at your September 30th meeting, or invite you to one of our meetings, depending on how our timeline works out. And then you can see sort of the results of what do those additional cases look like. Think about it in that frame.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point to make. I know we have just a couple minutes, but I know that part of the great thing about having the folks online is they also are providing questions. If I can just pose one or two. Great, while we have the time. Are transmission and distribution grid investments part of the sensitivity analysis?
Maya, do you want to?
I'm going to take that one.
Go ahead.
I think the answer is no, because we don't represent sub-state transmission and distribution. We are the total amount of solar that is required by the VCEA, which includes a carve out for distributed resources, is required in the model. So we will have as much solar as is required by the VCA, including the distributed.
Could you just clarify quickly for the council and the public what distributed resources are?
Yeah, thanks so much for asking. Distributed resources means generate like solar panels on a roof, or in some cases, community solar facilities. So those would be electricity that's generated closer to where people use it, so it doesn't travel as far, and it sometimes gets paid for a little differently.
Yeah, and sometimes it's referred to as behind the meter or customer owned solar.
So that's not in the model?
Yeah, it's mostly not in the model.
I think you actually answered the next part, but I think more on that, and great point to actually explain what we mean by some of this verbiage. What assumptions are being made related to distributed generation that you just explained?
So at present, the model represents all solar the same way it would represent grid scale, utility scale solar. And that is largely accurate because solar panels on someone's house don't really behave differently than solar panels at the grid scale. But solar panels on someone's house or community scale solar might have a different cost, and we don't currently represent that.
Thank you. And I think one last question. Do any of these assumptions accommodate energy efficiency goals and standards?
Yeah, they absolutely do. Right now, you saw the total demand line at the top of the generation graph. That total electricity demand is actually the total demand projected by the government minus the energy efficiency goals in the VCEA. So we are showing a total electricity demand in Virginia that's lower than the federal government predicts as a result of those energy efficiency standards. When we do sensitivity analyses with different levels of demand, that overall level of demand will be higher, but we will still be subtracting out the amount that Virginia has decided it's going to save through the VCEA.
Fantastic. And then one last question on Virginia social costs of carbon, SCC, definition update. Sorry, I'm reading it in the chat. Will the SCC review be done in time to be incorporated into this model since it will consider all those externalities? And if you could also, if whoever answers, also explain social cost of carbon.
Either of you want to take that question?
I can't answer whether it'll be done in time. What I can say is that right now, the modeling reflects a carbon price, and the carbon price that it reflects is the RGGI carbon price, which is quite a bit lower than the social cost of carbon. If we wanted to reflect a social cost of carbon, we could do that. We could implement it as a policy and impose it on all fossil generation. Anything else you'd add?
So I think the answer is that the modeling effort here does not impose the social cost of carbon on fossil resources in doing this planning forward. That would be the current federal social cost of carbon is $30 to $50, depending on assumptions you make. The cost of carbon right now in the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative is about $8 a ton, but it's going up fairly rapidly, and it has to go up fast enough so that carbon emissions go to zero by the target date. And so, but the social cost of carbon is a policy variable. If we added it to the analysis, it would cause a very rapid fall off in the use of fossil fuels. And I think in terms of what would happen in the modeling, if you think about going forward, adding the social cost of carbon makes it very hard to think about fossil resources that aren't capturing all their carbon actually being used for generating electricity in Virginia. But it's not explicitly accounted for in the modeling exercise. So the answer is that it won't really matter in terms of the modeling exercise whether the SCC has completed its process yet or not.
Bill, I would just add and echo what Franz said, which is that we're still deciding which policy cases we're going to run on top of this reference case. And so a policy case that we could run might be to include that social cost of carbon and see what in the decision making that the model does, and then we would see how much fossil generation we had in Virginia as a result.
But it's not in the reference. It's not in the reference case.
It's not in the reference case.
Right.
But if that's a policy case you all want to see, then that's great information for us.
Yeah, that would be interesting in the report. That 3-year report, or the social benefit of going electric.
Miriam, I think there was another question from Peter Anderson regarding the 16,100 megawatt goal.
Thank you for that. Okay. The 16,100 megawatt of solar and onshore wind from the VCEA should not be assumed necessarily. The law merely requires an application for approval of those resources. It does not require the SCC to approve the applications. I think it's more of a comment. Is there?
I would just comment that the provision ensures that that amount is in the public interest. But he's correct. It's not a mandate or by a certain date. But maybe you all or Maya could talk about how that 16,100 megawatt number was assumed in the model.
Yeah, as part of recommendations. Okay.
Maya, do you want to speak to that?
Well, for the purposes of the reference case, we did treat it like a mandate in the model. We required the model to build that much because that was the assumption that we made. we could make an alternative assumption if people strongly believe that that 16.1 gigawatts won't actually be built.
But before we do that, I would ask for someone to bring some evidence as to why they don't think it will be met, because I think all signs right now are pointing towards they will be.
I have a suggestion. Mark White, in your commerce school, is a colleague of mine, environmental economics. He articulately illustrates with simple diagrams ecosystem services. What does a tree really do for humanity? Okay. I think you need the same kind of approach to show Joe Couch Potato a concept of the social costs of carbon. If we can't get people to agree on the science of wearing a mask, how are we going to capture public attention about the social costs of carbon, right? Mark White might have some ideas for you on how to approach that.
Thank you.
Make a comment.
So kind of like a side question to that social cost of carbon. Does the modeling then, because if we're going to talk about that, the other side of it, like you mentioned, if you put a higher cost on fossils, it's going to cause the model to say, well, then demand will go down for those higher cost resources. How would the model then accommodate the potential loss of reliability in the grid if that was to happen? And then the cost to people, like think about the Texas ice storm, when your electricity goes out and people die and all that sort of stuff happens. And then, you know, businesses can't run, et cetera.
Maya, do you want to take that one?
Sure. So the model will still produce enough electricity to meet demand because that's but it's going to produce them with other types of resources. This type of model that we're using is not particularly good at showing emergency situations like Texas, because it's not really good at showing extreme cases or random events. And we typically don't use this model to simulate, for example, 100% renewable grid because we just don't have that capability.
That makes sense. Thank you.
So this is not really a good model for talking about overall reliability.
Maya, can you remind everyone what percentage this model gets us to by 2040? In terms of
Percentage
renewable-
renewables?
Yes,
Sure, let's look at the
clean,
graph.
clean electricity.
So by 2040, in the model right now, it looks like we're 5/6 of the way to a completely clean grid in Virginia. So
One of the questions that we need to think about for the policy cases is how do we get that 1/6 squeeze out of the system for those final 5 to 10 years?
exactly.
Let me just make a point clear about your question and about reliability. The model is constrained to meet expected demand. So you tell it what limitations there are in the different technologies. It is, when you do a model run, it automatically meets demand 24/7. That's a constraint on the system. The reliability is a given, and it's going to build out the storage or the other resources needed to keep electricity on the grid and stable.
That makes sense from like a mathematical modeling point of view, but would it then not be fair to say that the reliability is a given in the model, but not necessarily in real life? And I'm really, honestly, I'm not doing this to question you all. I'm actually trying to help the council understand that that cost of carbon, and I'm all for modeling scenarios. I'm not against any of this investigation. It's complicated is my point, really. And that what resources you have to go into this system, there's a supply and demand system. If the cost of that goes up, the model's going to show one thing, but in reality, that will affect reliability. And I should tell you all, if you're not aware, I work for Dominion Energy. So I'm not involved in this type of stuff directly. So I don't have any kind of like prior knowledge of how we may have been involved with any of this, but just the basics here, right? So.
And I want to clarify on the social cost of carbon that determination would be, again, from the utilities to the Corporation Commission on new fossil fuel infrastructure to be built out. So it wouldn't be retroactive, in my understanding. It would not be retroactive for existing natural gas plants. So if the natural gas plant is already built and you're seeing it in gray, and I'm not sure what percentage of that gray is existing versus what would be new in the model, and Maya could maybe help us understand if the model is selecting any new facilities. But either way, in terms of the language from the VCEA around the social cost of carbon, the SCC will only be considering that for new infrastructure for natural gas plants or fossil fuel plants, excuse me. And, you could consider that part of your considerations for reliability or, what happens in those last 5 to 10 years around transition.
Yeah, and I guess I want us also to think about, I don't know that Texas is actually a good example to compare Virginia to because of the kind of grid system, the system that they have. And I don't understand all of it either, so let me be very clear. No energy expert or even understand it more than a lay understanding, but I do think that I'm wondering, and I didn't know whether there was included in this model. I know there's cost of building out the actual, the wind and also the solar, but does it include also cost of renewing the grid so that it is able to handle? Because I think that was one of the problems that, from my understanding, that happened in Texas, that there wasn't the capacity because of the too many kinds of energy sources or whatever. I'm not even using the right language, I know. But going into trying to use a grid that was not actually prepared for that kind of scenario. And so I'm wondering, are we building in to this, lessons learned from those situations?
I think that's a really great question. I think a lot of what I read about at the time of Texas was that they had failed to weatherize their gas plants, and because they weren't prepared for the cold. So in our model, we don't build in extra spending on weatherization of plants, but that's definitely the kind of thing that would be important for the resilience of a future grid. But I think that's a great thing to keep in mind, that we're not showing other types of resilience measures, other types of actions that could be taken in Virginia to protect the grid on like overall power plant upkeep and improvements.
I would also say that this is a question that is being considered among, a lot of people, like how do you, similar to the social cost of carbon, that is sort of this hypothetical, ethereal number. How do you account for the cost of resiliency and the benefit to communities by investing in community centers or, all of these other additional measures that are not the pure act of delivering electrons through a grid? And is there a scenario, way off in the distance where, utilities or other entities that are delivering those services are responsible for delivering the service of being warm and comfortable, right? Like I think you start to think really big picture and try to think about these scenarios and start to shift the mindset of what are ratepayers paying for? If I'm a consumer of electricity, I want to have lighting and heat and use of my stove and, you know, a safe, healthy environment to live in. So in an emergency, I want that too. Anyway, I'm getting a little off script, but I think those are the types of questions that we'll need to be thinking about for building the clean energy transition and thinking long-term and taking those costs into consideration.
Right.
Harry, that's not off script at all. That's the most important factor. I love your question. Did you get the assumptions right? There's even more important question. Do you get the incentives right? Y'all have laid out an excellent plan on how can we make this transition, right? That's what you were charged to do. Then the real issue comes, will we make it? And the incentives for consumer behavior, for industrial behavior, government behavior, the incentives will determine whether it happens.
So let's talk about incentives. There are certain incentives. For example, right now I own a solar system on the roof of my house, and the company that sold me that system is now entering into contracts with organizations that can sell, where I can sell my renewable energy credits as a solar renewable energy credit. That's an SREC. I have a very small home and I have a small solar system, and so I probably won't earn very much over an annual period. But an SREC market is an incentive. And that is one of the pieces of the VCA that's a carve out of the distributed generation 1% component of utilities meeting their renewable energy credits. And so things like SRECs, having an active SREC market in Virginia is a financial incentive. There are other types of incentives that Virginia could consider around tax credits or grants or rebates. You know, just think about when you're buying a vehicle or an appliance, is there a rebate when you buy a smart, efficient refrigerator? Is that enough of an incentive to sway someone from paying one amount or another? So I think we'd love to hear from you all about those types of things and how we could require the model to embed those costs, and what does that do to the amount of solar and how quickly we get it, or the amount of wind, et cetera, or energy efficiency for that matter.
Hold on. I just want to build on that for a second. Mike, what you said is really important here. A colleague of mine said one time when we were talking about models that all models are wrong, some are useful, right? And that's kind of what we're trying to get to here, because I think that this modeling effort and this report is really going to form a baseline or the basis for a lot of work that's going to happen over the next 5 to 10 years. And so the assumptions we make, the policy scenarios that we do, and the sensitivity analysis is going to be really, really important, because this is kind of our one time to get out there with our sort of initial build, so to speak, that we can then build on in the future. And because everything we do after this is going to be sort of based on what we do here. And so when you're looking back at the questions that I think Franz had on slide 4, you know, what additional policy measures do we consider? We had a nice, robust conversation here about a social cost of carbon. And, you know, that is not built into the reference case because there's some uncertainty about how that's going to be applied, right? The State Corporation Commission hasn't done their study yet. We haven't figured out how that's going to work. And so it's not really appropriate for us to put it into the reference case. But if a social cost of carbon on new builds, if a social cost of carbon on a new rate case, you know, who knows? Like those types of policy options could be something that we could run in a policy scenario. And so knowing what the most important scenarios to the collective group here would be, to other stakeholders, is an important part of this, because, as I said, it sets us up for, you know, the work that we'll do next year on burden, the work that we'll do the year after on how do we get that. I think Maya said this gets us 5/6 of the way there, right? Well, that leaves us a 6th, and how do we do that? So How do we align incentives? How do we feed in electrification of the transportation network? Like all of that built off of this. So just emphasizing these questions here as being really, really important opportunities for this group to provide very timely feedback to the effort.
If I could speak to that point in terms of the timely feedback, it would be very helpful for me to have a sense of whether you're open to perhaps having continued conversations with the subcommittee into which this particular topic falls, which would be the subcommittee on infrastructure and just transition. I think when we were first made aware that you were going to come and talk with the council, we understood the need for you to meet the statutory requirement of having consulted with this body. But really, in terms of our goals and our ability to give you quality feedback, it would be much better for us to be able to continue this conversation with the subgroup of council members who have more expertise and interest in this area. I did not sign up for that particular subcommittee because I'd fall into that couch potato category in terms of my current level of understanding of these models. But that's not to say that I'm not interested in having the group of council members who do have that interest and capability to be able to continue talking with you. I'm not sure kind of what are the interim steps between now and January of 2022. But if there's a way to fit in another conversation with our subcommittee between now and then, I think that would be very useful in an attempt to try to come up to speed, to be able to make some sense of the presentation today. And I can't say that it was a successful effort on my part, but I did go out and get some reference materials from an organization that I've worked with in the past, the Green and Healthy Housing Initiative. And they did a white paper on electrification. So I did read all 32 pages night before last. And it did help me to get some sense of some of the issues. One take-home message, I think, was that a fair approach to distributing some of the increased costs that are likely to result from this doesn't necessarily get you to equity because you're not starting from an equitable situation. You know, the communities that we're here to safeguard and advocate for really are the ones who are going to be more heavily burdened by those cost increases. And things like tax credits and rebates are not really going to be instruments that will be as available to some of those communities and individuals. And so they won't benefit from those kinds of incentives, but yet they will still continue to bear the disproportionate cost of any increases in rates that result from this. So I think those are some of the issues that really need to be discussed further. Again, I'm not the best person to do that, but I would really like to take a few minutes, just a few, because we're over time, to figure out how that subcommittee can continue to have this conversation with you and to help to answer some of the questions that you posed to us that we clearly cannot answer today.
Thank you for those questions. And yes, I'm happy to help with scheduling. I think the challenge is going to be getting, you know, we do have a large team and a lot of us were able to come today and be present for this conversation. So as many questions or points that you want to give to us today or in writing that we can get back to the full modeling team so that they can make their additional runs and additional cases, I would say, you know, within the next 2 weeks would be ideal. Unfortunately, we are on a very quick timeline. The final report is due January 1st, but we have to back way up from that to get, you know, all of the cases run, to draft our recommendations, to get agreement within the secretary offices and sign off from the governor's office before it's then finalized and presented to the General Assembly. So definitely kind of backs us up quite a bit in terms of our window for when we can receive, or have kind of individual meetings. I do want to make a quick point about the income protections or the protections for lower income individuals. That is another piece of legislation around the percentage of income payment plan. And that is for low income customers. Their utility bills will be capped at either 6% of their annual income or 10% of their annual income, depending on whether their heat source is from electric or non-electric heat. And so there are certain provisions that will ensure, that customers won't bear a disproportionate burden. And then, of course, our report next year will look into that and launch that process to make sure that we're tracking and that we're holding everything to account in terms of those goals. And then our office is working on additional programs around how can we further reduce energy burdens and bring more equity across the board in terms of how electricity and energy rates are paid. So, but I appreciate that comment.
I'll just add, Carrie, to that. I hear you very much on that, and I want to point out two things. One is that this is, and when Carrie is mentioning sort of our tight schedule here, what we are trying to do in the immediate term is make sure we have things in place to kick off the modeling, actually doing the modeling, and make sure all the I's are dotted on that. There will be other opportunities for stakeholder input on the modeling results. And so this is not sort of the end of the process. So that's point one. Point two, I think, is that I think one thing that I will risk speaking for Carrie on this, that maybe DMME and DEQ can commit to over the next couple of weeks, if not the whole project team, because of the logistical issues of bringing the team together. But I think that as the state agencies responsible for delivering on this project, I think that we can commit to finding a time to, in the next couple of weeks, get together with the subcommittee to make sure we go over this in additional detail. And then whoever from the project team is able to meet with us, that would be great. Though no commitments, I'm not going to speak for them. I'm less able to do that than I am for my colleague. But that's something that we can do, and so we'll work with Miriam to make sure we have the right list of folks and to get that on the books as soon as possible.
Yeah, and I think it makes sense to kind of, as we move forward, to kind of have those meetings or have a presence at the subcommittee meetings from whoever, from your team, even if it's the whole team, to kind of keep moving forward on those. But it certainly is really helpful to talk to the full group and to kind of keep apprised. And I think the leadership of the committees can also give updates to the full committee as on a need basis, and then presentations as needed. But thank you so much for the presentation. I think it's very helpful to know what the state is doing on that end. I know that we're running really late on time. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you to all of our speakers. I have your contact information. I'll share it with our chairs as well. And you have mine to kind of keep the moving pieces moving.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for
Thank
your
you. Very helpful.
presentation. It was very helpful.
Moving on to our last item on the agenda. Here, I know that Janet, it might be in your inbox as well, but Tasha had to pick up your, can I believe it, or something? Yeah, and Tasha, I don't see your phone number on there. I'm gonna check one more time. If not, it is on.
She did email an update.
Yeah.
She did.
Yes.
She did.
So do you want to just share it? And
I can share that.
Did you have it?
I'm happy to do that. And then
then we can adjourn.
Sorry.
So unfortunately, Tasha, it's the first day of school.
It is.
She had to pick up her daughter, and was it the timing of this didn't quite work out. And so anyway, it's an unfortunate thing, but we are still on track to have the the Southwest site visit at our October meeting. But there were some concerns that she raised. The first being that I think it would have been everyone's expectation that the site visit planning would be open to the full council. But it doesn't sound as though the doodle poll asking
Went
which
out.
dates, well, it went out, but not to the full council.
Okay, we can send it out to the full council.
So that would be very helpful. And Fridays are apparently the best day, but late in the day. So I think
Okay.
between 5 and 6:30, if I recall, were the times that worked best. So, but I can confer with you after the meeting just to make sure of
That
that,
sounds good.
because
Yeah,
that
I
was
think-
from a previous
think-
email, which I don't
Yeah.
have in front of me at the moment.
Sure.
So I think it's still, there's still some unresolved things. She's really hoping to have that planning visit scheduled by early next week so that we can, really kind of dig in and start to get things moving and get a draft agenda put together. But we're still thinking in terms of a 2-day event, which would involve some kind of a tour on the first day, and then a formal council meeting on the second day. And during the first day, there may be an opportunity for members of the community and members of the organizations who are kind of working with us to help plan to make some, kind of informal presentations, to highlight the issues that are of concern. Tasha promised an agenda for the meeting, for the planning meeting, that she would circulate by early next week. So hopefully we can get a date on the calendar. And I think that probably pretty high on the agenda would be a decision about whether it's going to be a hybrid meeting involving Weiss or Abingdon, or whether it would just solely, or whether there'll just be a single site, which I think may be more practical. But I think that issue is yet to be resolved.
Yeah, we'll discuss the capabilities. I believe there's a community college there that can provide us with an ability to have people call in, but I'm not entirely sure what the broadband options are there or the equipment.
It seems advisable that if we're able,
To get
since
these,
Southwest is really, a trek to get there, that we should try to have as robust a conversation with as many participants as possible.
yeah.
So that's my update. I know there are other, so for some reason, my notes from earlier have gotten erased, but the Emerging Issues Subcommittee has other folks who are present today. So does anyone else have any concerns or issues to raise that we could
We've got
discuss
2
now?
people left. Oh, we have 3 people left online,
Yeah.
and I'm one of them. So
Well, technically no, there's technically 3. We've got 3.
So I missed the public comment period. And so were there any new issues raised during public comment that this committee needs to focus on?
Yeah, there's some
Yeah.
resilience issues and flooding
flooding issues in the
and-
Chesapeake,
Yeah.
Suffolk, and which is another area that we were intending to visit at some point.
Yeah,
as
and so that came up, and then there's actually a public meeting tonight, which I think some people are aware of, and I put it in the chat. In Hampton Roads about flooding at the Hampton Roads PDC, but again, that's not in the community. Certainly planning those, but that's one topic that came up, and then I think the other topic that came up again was about meetings and the capacity for us to both have hybrid options, and then also the capacity and just kind of to work, whether it's legislative mandates working on FOIA, not around FOIA, but rather addressing FOIA, and ensuring that we have the capacity to just do so. So I think there's still a very strong interest in making sure all of our meetings have as many accessible points as possible, and not just the EJ meetings, but I think they mentioned water board, but a couple, any other,
No, it was the Air Board.
the
for,
Air Board meeting, yeah, the Air
for
Board meeting.
For the Lambert Station, the request again for it to be hybrid or virtual, so that people who, people who live in the area are able to attend. Remember the conversation last meeting was, it was going to be held in Richmond, and they were asking us to ask Director Paler to consider making it hybrid. That came up again.
So I know we don't have a quorum, but I'm going to introduce a motion for us to consider at our next meeting, that we have at least 7 days advance notice for speakers and materials available 1 week in advance of meetings. And thank you. I'm saying that because I really was rather frustrated by the inability to have a heads up about the content of the presentations, so that we could really dig in, do some reviewing and come prepared to have a robust discussion. I mean, so much of this just went, really right over my head. And it just seems to me that it's a lost opportunity, because the folks who are coming to us from agencies or from the private sector with an innovation or with an initiative are an opportunity for us to really begin to have some meaningful conversation and dialogue with. And if we walk into the room and we're hearing about the information for the first time, that does not foster that ability to really have the meaningful dialogue. And I'll follow my sword over this, but we really need these relationships. I mean, in the first year of the council, we asked if we could have the ability to interact with other agencies other than DEQ. We got what we asked for, but I don't feel that we're able to take advantage of those opportunities in the way that we need to, the way that it's currently structured. So that's my 2 cents.
I mean, I think that's a valid ask, and a lot of organizations and a lot of councils, or rather like groups, operate with like, hey, I need your materials by a certain time. So we'll try to get that as much as possible. And I think, again, sometimes it depends on the presenters, but we can, if that is really important, to kind of make sure that that's kind of part of, not necessarily like your bylaws, but part of kind of the requirement to sign up to speak.
Put it on our website so folks know.
I guess what I'm hearing from Janet is that we don't really want to hear from them if they can't provide.
Yeah, as a requirement.
Is that what you're saying? Yeah. Yeah, because we're not talking about agencies that don't, they have the work prepared. It's just a matter of them sharing it with us
And sometimes it's not going to be the same approach for everybody, but I think sometimes it would be better to start at the subcommittee level and then work its way to the full council. Especially when it's something really highly technical like this, I couldn't respond to these questions, but we would need to respond to these questions. And now we have even less time than before to respond to these questions. And we have to work it out in terms of getting access to the subcommittee and folding it into those discussions. So, we need to be able to think thoughtfully about how best to make it fit our objectives as well as the objectives of the entity that's coming to us.
It sounded as if they were expecting answers today from some of the questions that they had on here. But they said 2 weeks. So is there any way we can?
Yeah, I think that's like a tight deadline, and I'll just kind of give you. I think there's a lot of folks that had to drop off and so on and so forth that do have the expertise on this, that serve on our council. And unfortunately, they weren't here today. And also, unfortunately, they didn't have 7 days to review the material and kind of get back to us. So I'll make sure that that is noticed. I'll touch base with any of our agencies or anybody that comes to speak when they request it. I think we talked about the request process as well, maybe putting something in writing too, as kind of guidelines for some of that, to make sure folks have plenty of time, as well as enough time with the material to understand that. But I think the expectation was that because there are experts in this room, as you're looking at this, and it is a very preliminary, this is something that is released. This is something that they were working on, they currently are still working through, that I know. And so, I think the other question that came up was, how do they consult with you in a productive manner? And it sounds like, you need enough time and you need it to start at the subcommittee level.
Well, particularly the entities that are in the law tasked to report to us or engage us in some way, we really need to be able to dig in, with some level of understanding.
I think that's the key. It's one thing if you're just oh, go ahead, somebody on the line. We've been talking.
That's Karen.
Yeah, sorry, I just have a really quick question, particularly for this meeting. And I agree with Faith about not having the materials. It was kind of hard trying to formulate a question or be part of the conversation. But what is the turnaround time for us to get the meeting link? If they gave us a 2-week deadline to try and get comments back, what is the turnaround time for us to get a link to the recording? Because I'm going to have to watch this again and digest it, because this isn't my space, as I'm quite sure it is for a lot of folks on the council, even though it may be a preliminary or initial part of the conversation. I just don't function in this area that well. So can we get this link within the next couple of days or something?
Yeah, I can get you the recording by Friday.
Well, I mean, I think that's something that's also.
I'm supposed to get to you by 10 days, but we can get to you by Friday.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, so if we get like a 2-week turnaround to get questions, and there's a 10-day, so I guess that kind of really put a more of an emphasis on what Faith said about having the meeting material at time, and then hopefully we can get the link a little sooner.
That makes sense. Yeah.
It's really going to be up, I think, to the chairs of the subcommittee to really manage this. It's unlikely they'll be able to have a full subcommittee meeting between now and
No,
14 days. But they could poll their committee members and do it that way.
Yeah, I think one way to do it is I'll get with leadership, but to send it out to folks and collect their comments and then provide it to DMME, but then really have more time for a report to look at things like this, and then they can call the agency back. I know folks have to get on the road and whatnot, so we've got 2 minutes.
I have to really request a quick request to the two chairs, to Janet and Faith. And I couldn't figure out where to put this, but preservation of historic and cultural resources, because we heard a lot about African American and Indigenous cemeteries being at risk for some of these projects. Where in which one of the groups are they? I didn't want to lose it. I don't know if we're going to put it in emerging issues, or wherever we put it, can it get to its own bullet so it doesn't drop off? But I think that's a very critical piece that should be part of our review, and I just don't want it to get lost.
Thank you for raising that. Can you just state it one more time, Karen?
Yeah, it was cultural and historic protection and preservation.
Okay.
And didn't either Tasia or Katie, I mean, I don't know, also said, did we incorporate Native?
Yeah, I think it was Black and Indigenous,
I don't
right?
remember. Yeah. So somewhere we were to, specify.
Are we talking about the subcommittee descriptions?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was cross-cutting issue E.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if how many people here are aware, but the Virginia Environmental Justice Act actually does not ever mention the word Native American tribes. So when you say EJ communities under the law, it does not refer to Native American tribes, which is also distinct from Native American people who may or may not be affiliated with a tribe.
Yeah,
So
I don't think
I was
we-
asking just to clarify that so that
Yeah.
each subcommittee knows, and I would hope it's an expectation that they address tribal issues in their section.
Yeah,
I
and
put it in,
I think,
so cross-cutting. Mhm.
yeah, I mean, I think that's important and maybe that needs to be part of a legislative effort. But I also think though that most of us, when we think of EJ, we immediately think of Black, Brown, and Indigenous, right? We don't, like, that's part of the definition in our minds. But to specify it might be, I mean, you're pointing out that it's necessary, so.
Yeah, small detail, but I do appreciate you putting it in there. Thank you.
So noted.
So are we?
I
ready
think
to
we
adjourn?
are. We can't vote on a motion anyway, so.
I know. Well, we will adjourn this meeting. Thank you to everyone on the phone that's joined us and really appreciate everyone who made it to Richmond here today. Again, thank you. And this concludes our meeting. Our next meeting is September 17th. Please look out for an email from me to schedule our subcommittee meetings. Thank you.
I thought it was every.
Thank you. Thank you, Karen, for hanging in there, and Teresa.
So September.
Bye, y'all. Bye.
Be next month.
So that we have one in October as well.
I think we.
Oh, I think I was trying to use the September meeting for, yeah, let me get back to it. I think I scheduled it so that we can have subcommittee meetings and I just had them on the calendar because we were trying to avoid, let's go back, we'll talk about it when we
Okay,
meet.
okay.
And I think we can, I haven't sent out the calendar invite. I think I just
Okay.
have the holds.
Yeah.
We were trying to get meetings so
Right.
that we wouldn't do holidays.
Before you close your computer,
Uh-huh.
my notes disappeared from the people who added to the subcommittee and the
send it to you.
chairs. Okay.